No, because all I'm going to do is just scrutinize.
Gavin, are you there? Hi, Rabbi Cooper.
Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Good to see you.
You too. Happy Purim.
You too.
Thanks.
About a half hour early.
Yeah, I told Gavin I just like to be, I'm in my basement. I'll probably turn off the mute. I still have to change. But I just wanted to let you all know I'm here.
Excellent.
And that's all. Did you have anything you needed to check in with me?
Nope, not
Okay.
at all. I'm going to introduce you briefly, remind everyone to get the props that we sent
Yes.
and the groggers or the rashanim that we sent to people at home.
Sure. And that the
Okay.
most important is that they're on mute. They can be as loud as they want if they're on mute.
Right.
Because then I can
And
keep going.
I will spotlight you during the evening.
Perfect, perfect.
All right.
And
Thank you.
Gavin knows I'm not going to be able to, if you needed my attention, the best thing would be to make some kind of sound because I don't really look at the chat. He knows all this. And I know he's the one writing in a few messages to the kids because I'm just so focused on the camera and on doing the story. So, but I don't think there'll
Very
be a
good.
problem. And
Look
I
forward
did
to
it with
working
him
with
this
you.
morning. It was very fun.
Excellent. Thank
So
you.
great. All right. I'm here. If you need me, just call me, but I'm going to put on.
You already muted yourself, Jennifer. You already muted yourself.
Right. Sorry about that. So if you need me, just call me. I'll be back in
Okay.
like 10 minutes or so. All right. Thanks.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I didn't want to interrupt if Rabbi Cooper was doing something. So
No, you're good.
great. I just said hi to him and introduced myself, and I'm
Great.
hanging out in my room, so I will probably go unless you need something, be on mute and off video, but I'll
That's
come
fine.
on whenever. you
I
want
have
to.
turned on the waiting room, so we'll let everyone in at the same time.
Great. Okay. And how is I meant to ask you today, maybe I did, that did you have any issues with sound and hearing me?
You did ask, and there are no issues with sound.
Okay, great. All right. So unless you need anything else, am I assuming basically the rabbi's going to talk just for truly like 5 minutes or less and then introduce me, or is it a little more than
No, that's what I'm
Okay.
expecting.
Remarkably less than 5 minutes.
remarkably less?
It might be less than 5 seconds, Jennifer.
That's fine. I just like to get a feel for it. I did actually just for fun for some friends a Purim version where I just tell the whole story like and I did the entire thing in 8 minutes.
Wow. Like how fast?
I don't think anybody could I don't think anybody's brain could process the story in that time, but it was really fun. But all right, so I'm gonna go off and I'll come back on between definitely by 5 of.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, give me a shout if you need me.
Okay.
All right.
Rabbi Cooper, I am the co-host because I signed in as you. I'm assuming if you sign out, it will leave me as the default host since I used your login credentials.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You never know if someone's actually there. I said I logged in with your credentials, so it made me the co-host. I'm assuming if you log out, it will leave me as the host since I am logged in with your credentials.
Why would I log out?
I have no idea. I'm just putting it out there as a thing.
I'll log out in June.
All right, fair enough. When you get off the meeting, I guess maybe is the better way to say it.
I'm staying here till 10 o'clock.
Okay. I didn't know if you were staying straight through or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the one doing the evening thing at 7:30 and hosting the comedian and the mixologist, blah, blah, blah.
Yep. Okay. I mean, I can't make a kid eat. It is Purim if you want to hamantash him.
Hey, Gavin. Do you have some inkling, ear to the ground, as to how many people you think are going to sign on for this?
In a normal year, yes, but it's tough in a year when you don't see anyone to say that. I will say that we promoted the heck out of it. So
Right. Okay.
that's the best answer I can give you, which is
If we get a
not
decent
satisfying.
crowd, they've got 10 minutes to show up. Of course, they need around 5 seconds to log on to Zoom.
Right.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. So I know we didn't ever talk specifically about like doing that kind of glass sound, but I'm assuming we're not worried about the time, so I'm not going
I'm
to worry
sorry.
about it.
Say that
Remember we had
question
said
again?
originally if we had to tell me something, you would do like a glass or some kind of
Oh, yeah.
sound.
Ding. What if I
Yeah.
just did that? Ding.
Ding. That's fine. But I must take it we're good.
All
Hey,
right.
Gavin, you have a bunch of people stacked up in a waiting room, right?
Yes.
Oh, fine. It's not like there's nobody here.
No, that's no. We're currently at 9 screens.
All right. It's still early. It's only a minute before 6.
Yeah,
Right. That's
Jewish
excessively
time.
early.
We'll begin a couple minutes late as Jewish time dictates.
All right.
And it's 10 now. You see how quickly it goes up? One of them
Yeah.
is named Evil Piggy, so I'm really curious about that.
You don't have to drive to the synagogue. You don't have to get dressed. It's easy enough to do this.
Yes, and you can tell because the numbers are going up much faster now that we're like it's like time kind of thing,
Right.
you know. My wife literally just did one of these for the early childhood program that she works for, and they started 5 minutes late, and they just saw like people like streaming in the last like 5 minutes. So
You'll be
it
fine.
happens. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
The famous Jewish mantra of "It is what it is."
Yeah.
I have this crown that I don't even know where I got it.
Ooh. That's
Yeah, and
I'm jealous.
to make it look this way, I'm gonna have to take my background off.
I know it's the one thing with backgrounds, unless you have that green screen,
I have a
you lose
green
your
screen.
head. Oh, you do?
I do. I don't like it, but I have it.
Just don't lose your head, Rabbi, because that's what happens in the story sometimes. Not that we're talking about that tonight, but
I don't like having my my room on display. But I have a newspaper stuck inside the hat that keeps it inflated.
oh, that's a good idea
And
to give it the
I did
puff.
this so many years ago that I think the newspaper is like a time capsule. Like God knows what the newspaper, it's probably, God knows, for how many years ago it is.
When you find it, I'm very curious. If it's really old, I would love to find out.
Well, all right, Jennifer, I'm not that old, so.
I don't mean, I mean if it's like 10 years old as opposed to 2 years old.
It is from 2006.
That's impressive. That is funny. And do you puff it a certain way, or you just kind of
Just
round
fill
it
it
up
out.
and throw it in?
Just fill it out.
I love that. All the
I don't
tricks.
I don't think there's any reason to change anything you do, but just so you know, very interesting. We have probably a handful, like 2 or 3 screens that look like they'll be some of our more older than family age participants.
That's great. I love that.
Yeah.
Because
Like
this
who?
this is for adults just as much. It's the story. That's fun. Like people in 50s, 60s, that kind of age range.
I don't know all the names, to be honest.
We always have a few like that.
Let's see. So there's someone with an email address, abe@ssrc.org. Anyone named Abe is almost certainly to be
Right.
above our catchment area here. A couple staff people are logged on. Someone named Lisa Halpin Kahana, and Diane Weiss. I don't know if Rabbi, if you know any of these names. We also, there was a very
And
small
some of
thing.
these people may be grandparents who are logging on for their grandchildren.
You know,
That's true.
there's also a very, very small synagogue in North Carolina that's located near Fort Bragg that has a lot of military families.
Hmm.
And they said, we're not big enough to kind of do anything for Purim. And I said, join us. So some of these
Oh,
people
that's
in
love.
North Carolina too.
That's really nice.
Yeah. So I figure 5 past is when I'll let everyone in if that's
That
good for
sounds
you.
great.
Okay. I'm just going to send.
So there's not something immediately after. There's like a few minute break.
Oh, there's 7:30, I think.
Oh, there's more than a few minutes. So people can regather themselves. You are looking cool. Tropical.
Thank you.
I am so ready for the beach. I think everyone is right now.
Oh, I can't wait.
Was the weather nice there, like it was today here in Baltimore?
It was beautiful.
Like
yeah, the weather was beautiful today.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Took a long walk with my daughter. I said, we're not doing the short one today. We need the true one.
Right. All right. I'm going to let everyone in so they can see each other for a little bit. And Rabbi Cooper, if you're there, we'll begin in like a minute. I'm assuming he'll come back.
Yeah, that's fine. And when he introduces, just so you know, I will take that kind of few seconds.
Yep. Hello, everyone. We're leaving you all off mute for a moment so that you can enjoy each other's company before we mute everyone.
Where are we?
We're here. I didn't have a show us. You guys leave the we got in the mail.
Welcome, everyone. We're leaving you all off mute so you can say hi to each other.
Look, there's Jonah.
We're going to mute everyone soon.
Maybe one second. Thank you, honey. Get over this way. There's Jonah.
Hi, Jonah.
Hi, Jonah.
Hi.
Jonah.
Hey, Jonah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
You guys are so incredible. You're beautiful. You're amazing. Gavin, you want to tell me what you want to start?
Okay.
Gavin?
Okay.
One.
That's cool. Bye-bye.
I am unmuted. Hello, everybody! It's time to celebrate Purim together. I am so happy you have come. I want everyone to make sure you have the props that we delivered to your home and the Ra'ashan, the noisemaker, that you have in order to make noise when we hear the name Haman. So make sure, parents, that you have those things for kids. And we are so honored and happy to have with us tonight Jennifer Rudik Zunikop, a storyteller, a poet, an educator. She is the founder and director of the Golden Door. She's a magnificent storyteller. And tonight, Jennifer is going to tell us the story of Purim with everybody's help. Okay, take it away, Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. It is wonderful to see you. Happy Purim. I am going to start the Purim story. So I have a question for you. Are you ready? Are you ready? Give me a nod. Are you set? All right. Let's go. In the days when King Ahasuerus ruled over 127 provinces, all the way from India to Ethiopia, he had a party, and his party lasted for 180 days. And the king had so much fun at his party, he invited all the noble people and the ministers from all his provinces. And everyone got to drink a lot or a little. And everyone got to eat a lot or a little, whatever he wanted. And everyone got to recline on couches of gold and silver. It was such a fun party. And when the party was over, the king was a little sad. Can you show your sad king face? The king was sad because he wanted another party. And lucky for him, he was the king, so he could decide these things. And he said, I'm going to have another party, and I'm going to invite all of you, all the people of Shushan. You're all invited. Woohoo! So everybody, if you have a goblet, you can grab one or pretend, and you can eat your favorite foods, and you can recline on silver and golden couches, and you could have a wonderful time and be merry with the king. Yay! Now the king was having so much fun that he thought to himself, you know what? There's one thing and only one thing that would make this party better. If my queen Vashti, my beautiful queen, came and danced for all my friends. Woohoo! And so the king called to his messenger. Everybody call! Messenger, messenger! Messenger, go at once and tell Vashti that I want her to dance for my friends. Go, go, go! Do you think the messenger went? Of course he did, because no one ever said no to the king. And so the messenger was off, and the messenger ran. Let's run, 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 run. And the messenger ran until he got to the queen's rooms. Now the queen was having a little more of a refined party, and she had her friends there. And of course she was wearing her beautiful crown, and she was drinking from her goblet and eating with her friends when the messenger came in. And the messenger said, Queen Vashti, I am presenting a command from the king, King Achashverosh. Command that you should appear before his friends and dance your beautiful dances. The king wants me to leave my party with my friends and dance. Tell the king I'm having fun. Tell him I said no. The messenger had never, ever, in all his years, heard anyone ever say no to the king. But he ran back, and he came to the king and he said, King, I talked to Vashti and what? Out with it, out with it! She doesn't want to dance for you and your friends. What? What? I have asked the queen to come at once and she has said no? I don't know what to do. I've never had this happen before. I'm not very good at thinking for myself. Let me see what my advisors think. You, my friends, are the king's advisors. Can you give the king some advice? Whisper in his ear. Oh, I should make sure that Vashti is no longer the queen? You're right. You are absolutely right. I'm so glad you're my advisors. You're very smart. Vashti, go. Go by order of the king. It is not appropriate for a queen to not listen to her king. And so it was that Vashti was never seen from again. And now the king was sad. Very, very sad. Can you show me how very sad? Are you sad like the king? If the king is sad, it is good to be sad with the king. The king didn't know what to do to become happy again. And so who did he ask? All of you smart people, the advisors. What should I do to be happy again? I feel sad that Vashti's gone. Can you whisper? A little louder. Whisper? Oh, now you're talking. That's a great idea. I love it. I should have a contest. and have all the loveliest, most beautiful, talented, graceful, and intelligent young ladies come to the palace, and I get to pick my favorite? That sounds great. Oh, thank you, advisors. You are so wise. So it was that the king's men left the palace and traveled to all 127 provinces looking for young ladies, beautiful and graceful, intelligent and kind. Now it so happened that one of the places they traveled was not very far at all. It was Shushan, the capital city of the kingdom. And so, of course, some of the king's men went there to see the lovely ladies who lived there. And right away, they found one. Her name was Hadassah. Oh, it was a beautiful name for a beautiful young lady. But not only beautiful in her face and her form, but beautiful in her spirit. Just the way she held herself with confidence and grace, and the way she talked with such depth and intelligence. Oh, the king's men looked at each other. I think she's a good one. The king might pick her as the queen. And so they wanted to take this young lady named Hadassah to the palace. But this young lady had a father. He was actually her cousin, but he had raised her as if she was his own daughter, and he loved her very much. This man's name was Mordechai, and Mordechai was a wise man. Everyone respected him and listened to him. He led the community in prayer, and he had taught Hadassah to be very proud of being a Jew, to be a confident young lady. Now he knew she had to go to the palace, and he knew he would miss her so very much. So he called her close to him and he hugged her. And he said, Hadassah, now I know I've always raised you to be a proud Jew, but we don't know about this king, exactly how he feels about our people. So I just want for now you to be quiet about being a Jew. And let's use your other name. Esther? Yes, let's use Esther, because you are hidden. But I will always know you as Hadassah. I love you very much. And so, Hadassah, everybody show me how confident you are, and graceful, and wise, and lovely. And that is what Hadassah, that is who she was. And she went with the king's men, and she was brought to the palace. And everyone who saw her, can you show me? They were taken by her, not just because of her beauty on the outside, but because of the light that glowed from within. Now, this young lady, Hadassah, who of course was known to everyone as Esther, she did not meet the king right away. She and all the other young women from all the provinces, they had months of beauty treatments, cosmetics, oils for the skin, perfumes. Of course, she didn't need any of these things. But eventually, she met the king. And when the king saw Esther, can you show me his face? And when he talked with her, and when he beheld her grace and intelligence, he was smart enough to know, you shall be my queen. And so it was that Esther became the queen. And the crown that had once been Vashti's was now Esther's. And a great banquet was held for Esther, and everyone was so pleased with their new, graceful, lovely, confident, and kind queen. Now, of course, Mordechai, her father figure, he missed her so much, but they were very fortunate, because since Mordechai was such an important man and so respected, he had a special position. He sat right at the king's gate, and he would hear all the comings and the goings on at the palace right there in the capital of Shushan. And one day he overheard two men Let me hear them whispering to each other. Can you whisper? And you can use a very strange language, because they used a very unusual language that very few people know, but the wise Mordechai did. Oh my! Mordechai overheard the two men plotting something awful. They said they didn't like the king. They wanted to get rid of the king. Well, Mordechai was a good citizen, not just for the Jewish people, but for all of the kingdom. And so he went and he told Esther, Hadassah, the truth of what he heard. Hadassah, Esther, the queen, told her husband, the king. The king had this matter investigated and found out that those two men were plotting to get rid of him. And he made sure they were gone. Tell them, out of here, men. No one tries to get rid of the king. The king was so impressed that this nice man, Mordechai, who he didn't even know, had tried to save his life, that the king told his royal record writer to write in the royal scroll of King Ahasuerus the story about how this man Mordechai helped save his life. Can you take out your quill, please, and write onto your parchment the story of Mordechai, the Jewish man who helped save the king? The king was so pleased. He said, one day I will honor this man. I like men who are good to the king. Now, it was just around that time in the king's reign, that a certain minister was lifted above all the other ministers. It was Haman! Boo! And Haman was so haughty, was so arrogant, was so proud. He would walk through the kingdom and tell everyone, bow down to me. And everyone did, except for one. Mordechai, the Jewish man who sat at the king's gate, refused to bow to Haman. When Haman learned of this, show me his face. I'll show him. Who is he anyway? Just somebody who sits at the king's gate. He should bow down at my command. But he wouldn't. And when Haman found out that this Mordechai was Jewish, he said to his servants, it wouldn't be appropriate for someone as important as me to touch this Mordechai. But if he is a Jew, and I do something to his entire people, then he'll see that he should have listened to me. Now, Haman had a plan. He had a special vessel, kind of like a bowl, and you can take yours out if you would like. And in those days, people would play a game called Pur, P-U-R, or Purim. And this was like a lottery. And if they wanted to decide something by chance, they would pick a number out of their lottery. Well, Haman wanted to pick a day to destroy the Jewish community. And so he had his servants pull together the vessel with all the dates of the year. And he reached in, everybody reach in. Let's pull out a date. The 13th day of the month of Adar. That is very far away. But that gives me time for my plans. Oh, there's one thing that I forgot. I do have to check this matter with the king. I'm sure that won't be hard to convince him. And so Haman went to the king. And he said, King, do you know that there is a certain group of people scattered throughout your provinces who do not follow the laws of the king? Now, of course, this was not true. The Jewish people were good citizens and did follow the laws of the king. But Haman didn't care what was true or not. He just wanted to continue with his evil plans. So, king, since the people do not listen to you, I have an idea to take them off your hands. I will pay thousands of silver coins into your treasuries, and I will take care of this pesky people. What do you say? Sadly, the king trusted Haman and told him to do with the people as he saw fit. To make things worse, the king gave Haman his signet ring. Now I have all the power! When decrees, special letters were written in those days. Hot wax was poured to make a seal so the letter would close. And then a king's ring was pushed into the seal to make a mark, to show everyone that the king agreed with what was ever in the letter. So Haman was so pleased because he could write evil letters, and if you dare, and only if you dare, you can take part in this evil letter writing. Haman wrote that on the 13th day of the month of Adar, the people in the kingdom could attack the Jews. And then he sealed the letter with the wax and the signet ring, and it was written. And now the letters had to go onto horses with riders to go all over the kingdom to 127 provinces. So we need your help to get those letters out. You can put up your leg like this if you like I am. And you can go like this to make the sound of the horse's hooves. Ready? And so the letters went out to 127 provinces. And Haman and the king, they drank to it. But the rest of the kingdom was in chaos and confusion and despair. Mordechai, our brave Mordechai, living there in Shushan, was there in the center of the city when the decree was placed there. When he read what Haman had written about his people, he tore at his clothing. He put on itchy cloth called sackcloth. He put ashes on his head that you put on your face when you are in grief, in mourning. And he wailed, and you can cry with me like Mordechai did. No! And he hurried to the palace. And he went to Hadassah, that is the queen, Esther, who he had raised as his daughter. And he showed her the decree. And when Esther saw this decree and realized that this horrible letter had been written while she was the queen, she was so sad. She began to cry. She did not know what to do. She said, Mordechai, I don't understand. I don't know how to help. I want to help. And Mordechai said, Esther, Hadassah, queen, now is the time. You must go to the king, your husband, and you must tell him that you are a Jew and ask for our lives to be saved. Esther, she thought about that and she said, Mordechai, you don't understand how it is in the palace. I've been here for years now. And this is how it is. No one, and I mean no one, goes to the king without being asked. If you do, unless you're fortunate enough that he tips his golden scepter toward you. But he hasn't even called for me for 30 days. I can't go to the king. And Mordechai looked at the queen and he said, Esther, what if you were placed in this position as the queen for just this reason, to help save your people? Esther thought about what Mordechai said. And she said, Mordechai, you are right. I am afraid, but just because I'm afraid, it doesn't mean that I cannot do the right thing. I ask for you and all the Jewish people of Shushan to pray on my behalf for 3 days and to fast. No food, no drink, and I will do the same. No food, no water will pass my lips. And I will pray from the depths of my heart. And then I will go to the king, and if it is the end of me, then it is the end. But I must help my people. And so Esther prayed. She did not eat, she did not drink for 3 days, and all of you did the same. You prayed. You prayed from the depths of your heart because you knew that Queen Esther was in danger. And then the day came. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. She would have to go to the king. She needs your help. Esther has to walk through 7 gates to get to the king's throne room. And if she knows that you are cheering her on through each gate, she will be able to do it. Are you ready? All right, I'm going to count the gates and you cheer for Esther. Esther walked through the first gate. 1. Go, Esther! 2. 3. 4. 5 gates she's walked through. Oh, Esther, we believe in you. We are praying. 6. And now, everyone in Shushan, all the Jewish people, pray because she is about to walk through the 7th gate into the king's throne room. 7. Esther stood before the king. He was surprised to see her. And then he picked up his scepter and he tilted it toward her. And the king said to Esther, Esther, my love, it is so good to see you, my queen. What do you want? To what do I have this honor of you visiting me? Tell me what you want. If you want half my kingdom, it's yours. You only need request it. You only need ask. What is it that you want? Now, Esther had been praying with all of your help. She had been fasting. She had not been drinking. And she stood before the queen, and she said, stood before the king, and she said, King, if I have found favor in your eyes, if I am pleasing to you, then here is my wish. And suddenly, just as she was about to speak, this thought came to her head. Come to a party? King, if I am pleasing in your eyes, then come to a party tonight in my rooms and bring Haman. And so it was. She wasn't quite sure what she was asking, but she knew it was the right thing. And so that very night, the king came to the party with Haman and Esther. The king looked at his queen and he said, Tell me, Esther, what do you want? I'm here to give it to you. Half my kingdom. Tell me. And he was drinking and he was eating and he was having a great time, as was Haman. And Esther was just about to tell him. She really was. She said, King, if I am pleasing to you, if I have found favor in your eyes, then come to another party. Tomorrow night, I promise I will tell you then. Now the king was a little frustrated. He had been to a party. He had asked Esther to tell him what was bothering her, but she was taking a long time. He went to his room to try to figure this out and to try to get some sleep. Esther tried to get some sleep and figure out how she was going to do this second party the next night. But Haman was feeling mighty fine. Haman was walking down the hallway of the palace. And he was thinking, only me is invited to a party with the king and queen. How important I am. And then he walked out at the king's gate and saw Mordechai. That same Mordechai who would never, ever bow down to him. Make your Haman face. He was so mad, he hurried home. And there was his wife, Zeresh. Zeresh, you know how important I am, don't you? Well, of course, my husband, you're very important. I'm so important that I was invited to the palace to a special party with only the king and queen. That's how important I am. Oh, I know. And I'm invited to another party tomorrow night. I understand. These are wonderful things. Why are you so angry, sweet Haman? Because I left the palace and I saw that Mordechai and he wouldn't bow down to me, and it makes me so angry. Oh, I have a solution for that, said his wife. Just go back to the palace right now and have your servants build a gallows to hang Mordechai upon. You'll ask the king tomorrow. The king will let you, and you'll go to a wonderful party with the king and the queen, and you won't have to worry about that Mordechai anymore. You are a wise woman. And so Haman hurried back to the palace, and he ordered the servants to make a gallows. If you dare be a servant of Haman, you can hammer, and you can nail, and you can start to make the gallows. Now, I don't know why the king was having trouble sleeping. Maybe it was from all that hammering. Or maybe it was because he was so worried about Queen Esther and why she wouldn't tell him what she wanted. Or maybe it was because when you're a king and you try to sleep with a crown on your head, it's hard to sleep. I don't know why, but he was having trouble sleeping, a lot of trouble. And so he called to his royal record reader. Royal record reader, come and read to me. And so the royal record reader had to get up in the middle of the night. And he pulled out one of the pieces of parchment, opened the scroll, and began to read to the king. This always works. The stories of my history of being king are so boring. I'll fall right to sleep. You can yawn with the king. But as the reader began to read, the story wasn't boring at all. In fact, there was a man named Mordechai who once years ago saved the king's life. Well, the king heard this and he said, how wonderful, that sounds familiar. Tell me, what nice thing did I do for this Mordechai to honor him? The royal record reader said, I think you forgot. It doesn't look like you did anything. What? What kind of king am I? That's awful. I need to honor that man. He saved my life. Mordechai, you say, Mordechai. Well, just then, Haman was in the castle. And the king, hearing Haman, thought, have one of my ministers, have Haman come and help me, because I'm not so good at figuring things out. I don't know how to honor this man, Mordechai, who did such a good thing for me, saving my life. Well, just then, Haman was brought in. And the king said, Haman, there's this man, a really good man, and I want to honor him. You're good at these things. How should I honor this man who's been really good to the king? Haman, of course, thought the king was talking about him. Who would the king want to honor more than me, he thought. So he said, King, if it were me, and I know it's not, but if it were, I would put that man you want to honor in a royal robe, one that the king has worn. And I would put that man on a royal steed, a horse the king has ridden. And then I would have someone you respect bring that honorable man throughout the kingdom, saying this is what the king does for a man he wishes to honor. The king heard that. He thought it was marvelous. He said, Haman, this is why you're one of my ministers, a top minister, because you know the exact right thing to do. That's exactly what I should do. Now go outside to Mordechai. He's that Jewish man who sits at the king's gate. Do everything you said, the robe, the horse, don't leave anything out. And because I respect you, I want you to be the one who leads him through the kingdom. This was not Haman's best day. Haman had to go to Mordechai, his enemy, and put a royal robe around him, put him up on the king's horse, and lead him through Shushan, up and down the street, saying, "This is what the king does for a man he wishes to honor." Everyone shouted, "Yay, Mordechai!" Can everybody shout for Mordechai? "Yay, Mordechai! Mordechai's being honored! Mordechai! Mordechai!" But Haman hung his head in shame. When he got home, his wife had already heard, of course, and she said, "Haman, I think that you have begun to fall, and Mordechai is rising." Just then the king's men came to take Haman to the second party. When Haman came in, there was the king and the queen already there. And the king, after just one sip of wine, said to the queen, "Queen Esther, you know that I have been waiting for so long to hear what is troubling you. What is your wish? What is your request? It shall be granted, half my kingdom." And Esther, who had waited so long, who had prayed and trusted for the answer, she knew it was time. She thought of her prayer. She thought of Mordechai, who had raised her to be proud of being a Jew. She thought, "I can do this. I need to do this for my people." And she looked at the king, and she said, "King, if I have found favor in your eyes, then my wish is that you save my life. And my request is that you save the lives of my people. For it has been written that we should be destroyed." The king was confused. Who would do that to his queen? And she said, "It is the man who sits beside you. It is the enemy and the adversary, the wicked Haman." And Haman, hearing these words, "No, Queen Esther, I didn't know you were Jewish. I'm so sorry." He was grabbing toward her, trying to persuade her to save his life. The king was so angry he had already pushed over the table. The wine had fallen to the floor. He went out into the garden to get a breath of fresh air. And meanwhile, Esther had this Haman begging for his life. And she thought of her people, and she thought of Mordechai, and she felt her prayers in her heart, and she knew that in Haman's heart he was intent on doing evil, and she pushed him away. No. Just then, the king came back in and saw what Haman was doing. "How dare he get near my wife?" And just then, as if on perfect cue, like in a play, one of the servants came in and said, "Not only that, king, but Haman made a gallows for Mordechai, and Mordechai was good to the king." "Oh no! Haman will hang on the gallows he meant for Mordechai. Take him away!" And Haman was grabbed by the king's men. No! And that was the end of Haman. But it was not quite the end of the story, because Esther still knew that on the 13th day of Adar, this horrible decree was written that people were going to attack her people. And so she went to the king with her confidence and her grace, and she said, "King, please take back that decree, rescind it. This was not from you, it was from Haman using your ring. Please." And the king explained that the people were ready to fight, and that this had been signed by his ring, and it was law. Esther knew she had to do something. She brought her cousin, who is like a father to her, Mordechai, to the king. And Mordechai and the king were introduced. He was introduced not only as the man who saved the king's life, but the man who loved Queen Esther, the king's wife. And the king said, Mordechai and Esther, I give you this ring, and all that was Haman's will now be Mordechai's. And you should write new letters telling the Jewish people they should defend themselves on the 13th day of Adar. And so it was that Esther and Mordechai proudly stood before the people, and they wrote new letters, write them with me, saying that the Jewish people have every right to defend themselves. And are we ready for the horses and riders one last time? Ready? Dun, 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 dun. The message went out to 127 provinces, and in every town square, there was the decree. Yay! We can defend ourselves! And when the day came, not only could the Jewish people push back their enemies, but their friends who were not Jewish came and joined them to help them keep their enemies away, so the Jewish people could be who they are, worship as they please, and be proud and not have to be hidden anymore. And there was a big party the next day, the 14th day of Adar, and in this capital, walled city of Shushan, another party on the 15th day. And Mordechai and Esther stood in front of the people, and they said, every year at this time, we must remember these days. We shall call them Purim. We will give gifts to the poor, food to our friends, and we will always remember to tell the story of brave Esther and her cousin Mordechai, and how Haman's evil plan was turned on its head. The Jews did not die. We were saved instead.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, Jennifer. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing the story of Purim with us. We hope that if you are staying up, you join us for the Megillah reading, which I believe is at 7:30, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of you there. And Chag Purim Sameach. Rabbi Cooper, did you have anything to add before we sign off? You're on mute. You're on mute. Still on mute. All right. Let's see.
Well, I want to thank Jennifer for everything that she has done and her wonderful story that she told. And we want to thank all of you for helping tell the story of Purim, for being together with us here tonight. You are all wonderful and terrific. And our younger kids are probably going to end their day soon. Our older kids can stay up for the reading of the Megillah if you like. We have some fun things in between the chapters. And then adults, I really, really hope that you will participate. In one of you, the one who can stay up for the Megillah reading. And then we have an after party at 9 o'clock. We have a drink master and we have a comedian, and it'll be a lot of fun. That starts at about 9 and it'll be over at about 10. And it's not too late in the evening, but it is some Purim fun. And I hope that you'll hang in there with us and enjoy this holiday. Don't forget, Sunday morning, we are going to have a virtual Purim carnival. I think we're calling it a Zoomathon. I think that's what we called it. And Sunday morning, Tommy Knucklehead, who is as old as a dinosaur, I think, is going to do his magic show. And then we have Hum and Tush and Baking with Beth, and build Achashverosh's palace at home with things that you have around the house. So hang in there with us and have a wonderful, wonderful, magnificent Purim celebration. Thanks to you all. Everything takes place right here on this Zoom channel. So parents who are going to hang in there for the reading of the Megillah, you don't have to disconnect at all. Just hang in there for tonight. So thanks to everyone and have a wonderful Chag Purim Sameach.
Chag Purim Sameach, everyone.
And boy, I hope I was unmuted for all of that. Hey, everybody, how are you? You have to unmute to be heard. Good evening. I have a screen open with Jeopardy on it because Marissa Blackburn is competing and she's actually in the doing okay. She could potentially win, and I'll let you know if she wins. Does everyone know how to unmute? Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Ed, if you can hear me, just raise your hand. Good. And you don't know how to unmute? You can't be heard. You have to unmute. There should be an unmute button on your screen.
Contend with the category.
Okay, now it works. Yeah, but you're muted now, Rabbi Cooper. Rabbi Cooper, you are muted. Rabbi Cooper, you are muted.
Marissa Blackburn is not going to win. She did great, but she's not going to win.
What did you come up with? What is Nigeria? No, that is also.
Can you hear me, Rabbi?
I can, Ed.
Okay, good.
$99, leaving you with 9,201. Aaron Craig is our champion, and he is shaking his head. What did he come up with? What is Nigeria? No, tough one. We were looking for Ethiopia. It was made landlocked by the independence of Eritrea in 1993. What does that cost you? 9,427, which means, Michael Colton, you are the new Jeopardy champion with $9,201. So we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations.
Well, nice effort by Marissa. She could have won. It was a very hard final Jeopardy question. A landlocked, most populous country in Africa that gained independence in 1993, and the returning champion got it wrong and bet a lot of money. So if she'd gotten it right, she would have won.
What was the answer?
Ethiopia. She guessed
Ethiopia.
Chad. She did pretty well.
I'm impressed.
It's a mere 728. So that's nothing for Oheb Shalom time. We're going to wait a few minutes. We have some nice things planned for the evening. I am going to be sharing my screen and showing some videos.
Rabbi, were you talking about somebody on a quiz show?
Jeopardy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was on Jeopardy
You've been on Jeopardy?
when it was Art Fleming before Alex Trebek.
Nate, are you kidding me? Alex Trebek has been there for like 40 years.
Yeah,
Yes,
you know
yes,
how
right.
old I am? You know how old I am? Danny was 1 year old, and the questions were $10 for regular Jeopardy and $20 for double Jeopardy. And if you lost, which I did on the question of which comedy team sold the most war bonds. And I got the money. I was able to keep the money I won, which was like $200 and something, and a vacuum cleaner, which we still have.
Is there a way to, not that I am not interested in the vacuum?
Oh, all right,
cleaner, I
I'm done.
Certainly am. I mean,
I'm done. I'm
very
done.
interested, but is there a way to disable the waiting room so that people can just join? I find myself admitting people.
So those were controls that were set for the
I
previous
know,
meeting.
I'm just asking if anyone knows how to change it. Let me just see if I can do it.
Nope.
Well, I'm pretty good at this stuff, but I can't do it.
You want to give me co-host and I'll let people in?
Who is that? Linda?
This is Linda.
Yeah, oh, there you are.
There I
Green
am.
glasses, orange hat?
Green glasses and orange hat.
Sure. Now,
I'll help
is-
you with the,
is,
I'll help you with the
Beth
waiting.
Hendler here? Beth is here, but she's muted.
I'm here. What's up?
Can you admit people, please, as they come in?
I'm not a host.
I thought you were, oh, you're not a host. Fine, that's a good point.
Make her
All
a
right, fine,
co-host,
just
no?
have it your way.
You can make her
Linda, here we
co-host.
go. I'm making you a co-host. You are now, poof, a co-host. You should be able to do it. I just want to wait to make sure I have all my readers. I want to see if Josh Brightman's here.
Not yet.
Yeah, because he's one of our readers. But I think we're going to start because we have to finish by 9 because we have our after party, which I want to keep plugging throughout the night. Stay up from 9 to 10 for our after party. We have a drink master and we have a comedian, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Purim should put us in a good mood. And ignore the fact that this is like a year since we've been on Zoom. Zoom can be fun, and it's going to be fun tonight. And we're going to have a fun Megillah reading and stay for the after party 9 to 10 o'clock. If you say, oh no, I've got to go to bed, don't say that. Stay up for the after party. You're going to have a fantastic time. I just want to double check. I didn't say all that muted, right? You can hear me. Good. All right. At one point in the evening, I am going to ask for people to offer to tell a few jokes. We used to do open mic jokes. We're going to do that tonight. You can tell a few jokes. If you have a good joke, or if you want to go online and find a good joke, then I'm going to have an opportunity to tell a few jokes. Plus, I have some videos to share with you. And we have some fabulous Megillah readers at Fine. Rachel Brightman's supposed to be here. And Josh Brightman is supposed to be here. The Liebmans are already here. And we are good to go. I think we're going to start, except Rachel is the second reader. So I just need to make sure that she's going to. Marilyn Cohan, can I bother you to call the Brightman house and just double check that Rachel knows what to do? And in fact, Alan, tell Marilyn to check on Josh also, because I think he's in the same house. All right, Ed, you there? Did we lose Ed? Where did Ed go? We had Ed before. Oh, we have 12 people. Linda, you didn't admit people from the waiting room.
You didn't give me co-host privileges.
I
can't.
did. I absolutely did.
Not letting me do it.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
Linda, you're a co-host, but Rabbi, you need to make me one because I need to be able to message everyone.
Okay. I'm going to do that. Look at that. People are flooding in from all over. All right. I will make you co-host. Let me just find you first. Linda, you are a co-host. You're definitely a co-host.
All right, I'm trying
And
to.
let me just see.
Yeah.
Beth Hendler.
Hi, Rabbi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Hey, Rabbi.
Hey, how are you?
Happy Purim.
Happy Purim. Make co-host. Beth, you are a co-host of the meeting. Do you see that you're a co-host?
Yes, thank you.
All righty, here we go.
Ed is back.
I want to just introduce Beth Hendler. Beth, is your screen on? Beth Hendler is right there. Hello, Beth. Beth
Hi.
is going to be putting some questions in the chat box, a Kahoot game. Kahoot is an online program. It's a quiz program. And Beth is going to be challenging people. Our focus was on our kids. So I think we have a number of kids with us tonight. And Beth is going to be putting questions in the chat. And kids, if you're with us, keep your eye on that. And Beth, you want to say a word about how to play the game?
I'm going to message everyone and just follow the directions. And it's just a quiz game and it's super fun and there's prizes. So good luck to everyone who's playing.
And thank you, Beth. Beth gave out the most amazing Mishloach Manot. Very creative, very inventive. She gave out a bottle of Coke, a bottle of rum, and those striped cookies, and a lime.
And a lime. Don't forget the lime.
I didn't forget the lime. Totally awesome. Thank you, Beth. All right.
You're welcome.
Ed, where are you?
I am here, if you can hear me.
I can hear you perfectly. Ed, are you prepared for the first bracha?
I am ready when you tell me to
I gotta
start.
find you. There you are, Ed. I'm gonna spotlight you, Ed. Ed
There you go.
Fine is gonna make the first bracha. Do you all have the PDF of Megillat Esther? You don't have to have a PDF. You can just open up a Tanakh, a Bible. You can follow it there if you want to. But we sent you the Megillah as a PDF. So you can do that if you want to. All right, Ed, first bracha and first chapter. Before you go, Ed, the story opens in the midst of the 180-day lavish banquet thrown by King Ahasuerus of Persia, detailing his extraordinary wealth and power. Queen Vashti refuses to attend, and Ahasuerus banishes her from the kingdom. Now the opening bracha and chapter 1.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivan v'mikra Megillah.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asa nisim la'avoteinu bayamim hahem b'zman hazeh.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehecheyanu v'kimanu v'higianu l'zman hazeh.
Amen.
Vayehi b'mei Achashverosh hu Achashverosh hamolech me'od v'yato sheva v'yasrim mea hamedina hayamim hahem keshevet hamelech Achashverosh al kisei malchuto asher b'Shoshana b'Rav בשנת 3 למלכו עשה משתה לכל שריו ועבדיו חיל פרס ומדי הפרטמים משרי המדינות לפניו בהראותו את עושר כבוד מלכותו ואת יקר תפארת גדולתו ימים רבים 800 יום ובמלאת הימים האלה עשה מלך לכל העם הנמצאים בשושן הבירה למי גדול וירכתה משתה 7 ימים בחצר גינת ביתן המלך חור כרפסו תכלת אחוז בחבלי וצוואר גמן על גלילי כסף עמודי 6 מיטות זהב וכסף על רצפת פרפשש ודר וסוחרת והשקות בכלי זהב וכלים מכלים שונים ואין מלכות רב כי יד המלך השתייה חדה תנו נס כי כן יסוד המלך על כל רב ביתו לעשות כרצון איש ואיש גם ושתי המלכה עשתה המשתה נשים בית המלכות אשר למלך אחשוורוש ביום השביעי כתוב לב המלך ויין אמר לימומן בזתה חרבונה בכתבה בגתה זיתר וחרכז שבעת הסריסים המשרתים את פני המלך אחשוורוש להביא את ושתי המלכה לפני המלך בכתר מלכות להרוג עמים הסהרים את יופיה כי טובת מראה היא ותמיין המלכה ושתי לבוא בדבר המלך אשר ביד הסריסים ויקצוף המלך מאוד וחמתו בערבו ויאמר המלך לחכמים יודעי העתים כי כן דבר המלך לבני כל יודעי דת ודין וקראו אליו כשנה שיתר עד מטה תרשיש בארץ מרסנה במוכן שבעת שרי פרס ומדי רואה פני המלך היושבים משנה במלכות כדעת מה לעשות במלכה ושתי על אשר לא עשתה את מאמר המלך אחשוורוש ביד הסריסים ויאמר ממוכן לפני המלך והשרים לא על המלך לבדו אבתה ושתי המלכה כי על כל השרים על כל העמים אשר בכל מדינות המלך אחשוורוש כי יצא דבר המלכה על כל הנשים לחזות בעליהן בעיניהן באומרם המלך אחשוורוש אמר להביא את ושתי המלכה לפניו לבא והיום הזה תאמרנה שרות פרס ומדי אשר שמעו את דבר המלכה לכל שרי המלך וכתב ביזיון וקצף אם על המלך טוב יצא דבר מלכות מלפניו ויכתב בדתי פרס ומדי ולא יעבור אשר לא תבוא ושתי לפני המלך אחשוורוש מלכותו ייתן המלך לראותה דבר ממנה ונשמע פתאום המלך אשר יעשה בכל מלכותו כי רבה היא בכל אנשים ייתנו יקר לבעליהן מגדול ויד קטן ויטב הדבר בעיני המלך והשרים ויעש המלך כי בר ממוכן וישלח ספרים אל כל מדינות המלך אל מדינה ככתבה ועל עם בעם כלשונו להיות כל איש שרר בביתו ומדבר כלשון עמו.
All right, thank you, Ed. That was amazing. Thank you. Are you guys following the Kahoot? Any kids among us? Are you following Beth's instructions in the chat for Kahoot? And let's see. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Perfect. Now,
there's no questions popping up. The question,
Yeah.
You're not sharing the screen. It doesn't show the questions if you're not sharing the screen.
Beth? You there, Beth? Hello?
Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure it out, guys.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to share my screen. And I just want to ask, by show of hands, I'm going to end the spotlight. Who's ever been to the Motor Vehicle Commission? Now, it can't be in the past year because it's basically been closed, right? But who's been ever to the MVC, Motor Vehicle Commission? In other states, they call it other things, of course, but the MVC, anyone ever been there and been frustrated by someone? No? You've all had great experiences at the MVC? Leslie, are you for real? Okay, here we go. I want to watch. This goes quickly. Up, share sound, optimize video, flip. Here we go. Aren't those kids beautiful? Here we go. Watch. Just tell me you can hear this. This is an old Simpsons clip. I love it.
Sir, did you fill out the 1170?
I think I did.
Did you fill out the 1170?
I filled this out.
That's the 1190. You're going to have to go stand in the blue line.
Look, I was
sir.
already in that line.
Sir, don't get snippy with me.
Well, I've been here all morning.
That is not my prerogative, sir.
I wait in one line. They send me to another
Well,
line.
you know
They
what?
send me
You
back
can
to the-
always call to make an
I try
appointment.
to call. I can't
You
get
can-
through. The line's always busy.
You
It's
can
ridiculous.
Go wait in the appointment line. Then.
I don't want to
Sir,
wait. I've got a job. I don't
you're
have
gonna
all
have
day.
to-
I can't say this.
You're going to have to take that
It shouldn't be
somewhere
this
else.
hard.
All right, you know what? I'm on break.
I love it. I love it. Did you guys get the whole thing? Did you hear it?
Yes.
All right. Wait. Gotta stop that. Wait.
This is what we played with.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're into chapter 2. And chapter 2 is going to be read by Rachel Brightman. Quick summary of chapter 2. The king begins a worldwide search, means he looks within his backyard, basically, for a new queen after introducing Mordechai and his niece Esther. The Megillah recounts how the king's officers bring Esther to the palace to participate in the lengthy beauty pageant through which the new queen will be selected. Ahasuerus chooses Queen Esther to be his queen. As per Mordechai's orders, she does not inform the king of her Jewish heritage. In the meantime, Mordechai overhears a plot to assassinate the king. The conspirators are killed. His heroic deed is recorded in the king's book of Chronicles. Beth, what's going on here with Kahoot?
Good, I'm giving enough. Enter a pen.
Beth?
That's your nickname.
No, David, I need to start a new pin.
Should we continue? Beth?
Yeah,
right.
can everyone see the screen?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, so then keep going.
Yes, we can now.
All right, Rachel Brightman reads chapter 2. Let me just find Rachel. Fine, Rachel, here we go. Rachel,
Nickname, Linda.
go for it.
Why does it?
Achar hadivarim ha'ela kisoch chamad hamelech Achashverosh zachar et Vashti ve'et asher asata ve'et asher nigzar aleha vayomru na'arei hamelech misharetav yivakshu lamelech ne'arot betulo tovot mar'eh V'yavkid hamelech pikidim b'chol medinot malchuto v'yikbitzu et kol na'ara betula tovat mareh el shushan habira el beit hanashim el yad hegeh siris hamelech shomer hanashim b'naton tamru kehen V'hana'ara asher tita b'nei hamelech timloch tachat Vashti v'yitav hadavar b'nei hamelech v'yaskin.
Verse 5.
Ish Yehudi haya b'shushan habira u'shemo Mordechai ben Yair ben Shim'i Ben Kish Ish Yemini Asher Hogla Mirushalayim Im Hagola Asher Hogleta Im Yechonya Melech Yehuda Asher Hegla Nebuchadnezzar Melech Bavel Vayehi Omein Et Hadassah Ki Esther Batodo, Ki Ein La Avaim, Vehanara Yefatoar, Vetovat Mar'eh, Uvemot Aviha Ve'ima, Lekacha Mordechai, Lo Levat, V'hishama Devar HaMelech Bidato, Uvehi Kavetz, Ne'arot Rabot, El Shushan Habira, El Yad Hegai, Batila Kach Esther, El Beit HaMelech, El Yad Hegai, Shomer Hanashim, Batitav Hana Ravinav, Batisa Chesed Lefanav, Vayivahel, Et Amrukev, Et Manotev, Latet La, Be'et Sheva Hane'arod, Hariot Latet La, Mi Beit HaMelech, Vayishaneha, Et Nareha, Leto Beit Hanashim, So Ikidat Esther, Et Amav et Moladeta, Ki Mordechai Tziva Aleha Asher Lo Tagid.
Verse 11.
Vayom Mordechai Mitalech Lifnei Chatzar Beit Hanashim Ladat Et Shalom Esther Uma Yeaseh Bah Uvehagia Tor Nara Benara Lavo El Hamelech Achashverosh Miketz Heyot La Kedat Hanashim Shnei Masar Chodesh Ki Kim Yimleu Yemei Merukehem Shisha Chodashim Beshemen Hamor Bishisha Chodashim Babisamim Uvetamruke Hanashim Uvazeh Hana Arabal Hamelech Eid Kol Asher Tomar Yinaten La Lavo Ima Mi Beit Hanashim Ad Beit HaMelech Ba'erev Hiva'ah Uvaboker Yishava El Beit Hanashim Sheni El Yad Shashkas Siris HaMelech Shomer HaPilagshim Lo Tavo Od El HaMelech Ki Im Chafetz Ba HaMelech V'nikra Avishem Uvehagia Tor Esther Bat Avichail Dod Mordechai Asher Lakach Lo Levad Lavo El HaMelech Lo Viksha Davar Ki Imer Asher Yomar Hegai Siris HaMelech Shomer Hanashim Batihi Esther Nosei Chen Be'enei Kol Ro'eha.
Verse 16.
Batila Kach Esther El HaMelech Achashverosh El Beit Malchuto B'chodesh Hasiri Hu Chodesh Tevet Bishnat Sheva LeMalchuto Vayehav HaMelech Et Esther Mikol Hanashim Batisachein V'chesed Lefanav Mikol HaBetulot Vayasem Keter Malchut Berosha Vayamlicheha Tachat Vashti Vayas HaMelech Mishe Gadol Lechol Sarav Havadav Eid Mishe Esther V'hanacha Lamedinot Asa Vayitain Maseid Kiyad HaMelech Uv'hikavetz Betulot Shenit U'Mordechai Yoshev B'shar HaMelech Ein Esther Mageret Moladeta V'Edama Kasher Tziva Aleha Mordechai Vet Mamar Mordechai Esther Osa Kasher Hayta Ve'omna Ito Vayamim Hahem U'Mordechai Yoshev B'shar HaMelech Katzaf Bitan Bateresh Shnei Sarisei HaMelech Mishomerei Hasaf Vayivakshu Lishloach Yad V'Melech Achashverosh Vayivada Hadavar LeMordechai Vayagel Esther HaMalka Vatomer Esther LaMelech B'Shem Mordechai Vayivukash Hadavar Vayimatzei Vayitalu Shneihem Al Eitz Vayikatev B'Sefer Divrei Hayamim Lifnei HaMelech.
Rachel, thank you. That was awesome. Thank you so much. That was incredible. How is the Kahoot going, guys? I see the scores are pretty high there. 8,871 for Sagan. Tyler's dad, 8810. Dan and Chuck, I'm not sure I know who Chuck is, but way to go, Chuck, 8,402. Nice job. Now, Beth, can I share my screen? I'm going to do it, Beth. I'm going for it.
Go ahead.
All right. Before we get on with chapter 3, I want to share this clip. Watch carefully and listen. It features Zach Braff, star of Scrubs, who had a great run on Scrubs. And this is a scene in one of his episodes. Just listen carefully, very carefully. You ready? Here we go.
Morning, sunshine.
Never say that again.
Noted. That was quite a fight you had with your sister yesterday. Won't it be a little awkward when you show up at St. Mary's Cathedral on the corner of Maple and Pine, right across from Temple Oheb Shalom at 4 p.m. today?
That's not where the baptism is, but nice try.
Mark my words, when that little bastard's dipped in water, I will be there.
All right. Yes, indeed. Zach Braff was raised at Oheb Shalom congregation, and he found a way to sneak in that line. So here we go with chapter 3. Ed Fine is going to return to read. Let's see if I can find Ed. Ed Fine is going to read. Before you go there, Ed, Achashverosh appoints Haman to be his viceroy, and all of the citizens of Shushan are ordered to bow before him. Mordechai, however, refuses to bow to Haman, inciting his wrath towards the Jewish people. Haman casts lots and lots of lots, and determines that the 13th day of the month of Adar would be the propitious time to annihilate Mordechai and his people. After securing the king's permission, Haman sends edicts to all 127 provinces in the kingdom of Achashverosh, informing them of the new decree. So, by the way, as we get closer, if you have a joke you want to tell, put it in the chat. Tell me you want to tell a joke, and I'll spotlight you when we get to that moment. So, keep up with Kahoot. Ed, chapter 3.
אחר הדברים האלה גידל המלך אחשוורוש את המן בן עמדת האגגי וינשאהו וישם את כיסאו מעל כל השרים אשר איתו וכל עבדי המלך אשר בשער המלך קמים ומשתחווים להמן כי כן ציווה לו המלך ומרדכי לא יכרע ולא ישתחווה ויאמרו עבדי המלך אשר בשער המלך למרדכי מדוע אתה עובר את מצוות המלך ויהי באומרם אליו יום ויום ולא שמע עליהם ויגידו להמן לראות יעמדו דברי מרדכי כי יגיד להם אשר הוא יהודי וירא המן כי אין מרדכי קורא משתחווה לו וימלא המן אימת ויבז בעיניו לשלוח יד במרדכי לבדו כי הגידו לו את המרדכי ויבקש המן להשמיר את כל היהודים אשר בכל מלכות אחשוורוש מרדכי בחודש הראשון וחודש ניסן בשנת 12 למלך אחשוורוש הפיל פור הוא הגדול לפני המן מיום ליום לחודש בחודש 12 ובחודש אדר ויאמר המן למלך אחשוורוש ישנו עם אחד מפוזר ומפורד בין העמים בכל מדינות מלכותך ודתיהם שונות מכל העם ואת דתי המלך אינם עושים ולמלך אין שווה להניחם אם על המלך טוב יכתב לעבדם 10,000 כיכר כסף אשכול על ידי עושה המלאכה, להביא על גנזי המלך, ויסר המלך את הבתו מעל ידו, ויתנה לאמן בן עמדת הגגית, צורר היהודים, ויאמר המלך לאמן, הכסף נתון לך, והעם לעשות בו כתוב בעיניך, ויקראו סופרי המלך בחודש הראשון, ב13 יום. וייכתב ככל אשר ציווה המן, ולחשת פני המלך, יאללה פחות אשר מדינה ועל שרי עם בעם, מדינה ככתבה, ועם בעם כלשונו, בשם המלך אחשוורוש נכתב, ונחתם בדבת המלך, ונשלח ספרים ביד הרצים. אל כל מדינות המלך להשמיד, להרוג ולבער את כל היהודים, מנער ועד זקן, טף ונשים ביום אחד, ב13 לחודש 12 וחודש אדר, ושללם נבוז, פת שגן הכתב, להינתן דת בכל מדינה ומדינה, גלוי לכל העמים, להיות עתידים ליום הזה. הרצים יצאו דחופים בדבר המלך, והדת ניתנה בשושן הבירה, והמלך והמן ישבו לשתות, והעיר שושן נבוכה.
Ed, thank you. That's great. Beautifully done. You'll be back for chapter 7. And so now I'm going to take back the screen if I can. All right, Beth, is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So as I think all of you know, I am a mohel, and I wanted to share with you one of my favorite Seinfeld scenes. And this is not the way a mohel should act or behave, but it's one of the funniest episodes in all of television. Enjoy the Seinfeld mohel episode.
Hello, I'm the Moyle. Hello. It's very nice to meet you all. What was that? She scared the hell out of me, my God. I almost had a heart attack. Okay, I'm fine. Anyway, we're here to perform the mitzvah of the bris. Is the baby gonna cry like that? Is that how the baby cries, with that loud, sustained, squealing cry? Because that could pose a problem. Do you have any control over your child? Because this will be the time to exercise it. When baby is crying in the high-pitched, squealing tone that could drive you insane.
Did you find the place all right?
Did I find it all right? Could you send me to a more dangerous there, and people will spit on me and empty my pockets? I'll be lying in the gutter like a bum, like a dog, like a mutt, like a mongrel, like an animal. God forbid anybody should help me or call an ambulance. Oh, no, that's too much trouble to pick up a phone and press a few buttons. What's the point?
Oh, yeah.
Darling, you see where that glass is? You see how that glass is near the edge of the table? You've got the whole table there to put the glass. Why you chose the absolute edge. So half the glass is hanging off the table. You breathe and that glass falls over. And then you got broken glass on the carpet. Embedded in the carpet fibers, deep in the shag. Broken glass, bits of broken glass. You can never get up. You can't get it up with a vacuum cleaner. Even on your hands and knees with a magnifying glass, you'll never get all the pieces. And then you think you got it all. And then one day, 2 years later, you're walking barefoot, you step on a piece of broken glass and you kill yourself. Is that what you want? I don't think that's what you want, is it? Do you, huh?
He's very highly recommended, so.
You're holding the baby. No. Hello? Who's holding the baby? Who's holding the baby?
Jerry is? Jerry, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm holding the baby.
Okay, go.
I'm going. I'm going. Don't push me.
Okay, you sit there. Now I need the baby. Bring me the baby. I need the baby!
I'm not gonna let.
Taylor! Hey, what are you doing? Come back here! Compose yourself! This is a bris! We're performing a bris here, not a burlesque show. This is not a school play. This is not a baggy pants farce. This is a bris. A sacred ancient ceremony symbolizing the covenant between God and Abraham. Or something. No, don't touch anything. Don't touch a thing.
Okay.
I could have been a kosher butcher like my brother. The money's good. He's got a union with benefits. And cows don't have families. You make a mistake with a cow, you move on with your life. Anyway.
Well, I always found that scene very, very funny, but it doesn't happen that way. Don't worry. All right, we're on to chapter 4. And our quick summary of chapter 4, a great sense of mourning descends on the Jewish people. Mordechai asks Esther to intercede. She agrees to risk her life by going before the king, unsummoned. Now reading chapter 4 for us is going to be Josh Brightman. I want to thank Josh for having given so much time in participating in our Purim committee. Thank you, Josh. And let's see if I can find Josh here. How do I find Josh? 1 second. 1 second. All right. Josh Brightman, chapter 4. If you're using the handout, it's page 8.
Mordechai yada kol asher nasa, vayikra Mordechai et begadav, vayilbash sak vayefer, vayetze betoch ha'ir, vayizak zaka gedola umara, vayavo ad lifnei sha'ar hamelech, Ki ein lavo el shar hamelech bilvush sak uvechol medina umedina mekom asher devar hamelech v'dato magia evel gadol lahudim v'tzom uvechi umispeid sak va'efer yutza la rabim Vatavona na'arot Esther v'sari sehave agidu la vatichacha hamalka meod vatishlach begadim lehalbish et Mordechai ulhasir sako mela velo kibel vatikra Esther lehatach Misari say Hamelech asher hemi lefanecha vatzavehu al Mordechai ladat mazeh v'al mazeh vayetze hatach el Mordechai el rechov ha'ir asher lifnei sha'ar Hamelech vayaged lo Mordechai et kol asher karahu ve'et parashat hakesef asher amar Haman Lishkol al ginzei hamelech baihudim leavdam ve'et patshagen kedav hadat asher natan b'shushan lehashmidam natan lo leharot et Esther ulhagid la ultzavot aleha lavo el hamelech lehichanen lo ulachish milfanav alama Vayavo hatach vayaged leEsther et divrei Mordechai. Vatomer Esther lahatach vatzavehu al Mordechai. Kol avdei hamelech ve'amedinot hamelech yodeim asher kol ish v'isha asher yavo el hamelech El hechatzer habenimit asher lo yikare, achat dato lehamit levad. Me'asher yoshit lo hamelech, et sharvit hazahav v'chaya, vani lo nikreti lavo el hamelech zeh 30 yom. Vayagidu leMordechai et divrei Esther. Vayomer Mordechai lehashiv el Esther. Al tadami v'nafshech lehimaled beit hamelech michol haYehudim. Ki im hacharesh tacharishi ba'et hazot. Revach v'hatzalah. Ya'amod laYehudim machom machar. Ve'ato veit avicha tovedu mi yodea im lechazot higa la malchut. Vatomer Esther lahashiv el Mordechai lech kenose kol haYehudim hanimsihim b'Shushan v'tzumu alai. Ve'al tochlu ve'al tishtu shloshet yamim laila vayom gam ani v'narotai atzumchen uvechen avo el hamelech asher lo chadad v'chasher avadati vayavor Mordechai vayas kechol asher tzivta alav Esther.
Josh, that was awesome. Thank you so much. That was incredible. Beth, you want to give a word on how we're doing on our Kahoot?
Yeah, we have a winner.
Wow, who is it?
Sagan.
Sagan, way to go. You want to tell her what fabulous prizes she's won?
Something really cool. It's gonna be a surprise.
That's awesome. All right.
We also
guys,
have two people. Tyler's dad came in second, and Dan and Chuck came in third.
Can someone tell me who Chuck is? I mean, I think I know every single.
It's Charlie Shapiro.
Ah, that's Chuck. Got it. All right. Great job, Chuck.
Good job,
All right.
everyone.
Thank you, Beth. We are ready for chapter 5. Don't forget, if you would like to tell a joke, then let me know and put it in the chat box that you want to share a joke. We'll have open mic jokes in a little bit. But chapter 5, after fasting for 3 days, Esther goes before the king. She invites both Achashverosh and Haman to a feast, laying a trap for the wicked viceroy at the banquet. Esther invites the two men to a second banquet to be held the next day. In the meantime, Haman constructs gallows 50 cubits high, which is very tall, upon which he plans to hang Mordechai. We're going to call on Bert and Maida Liebman to read chapter 5. I think they're going to share the reading. They're going to split it somehow. Let me try to find them where I can.
Under Josh.
Yep. I'll find you. 1 second. I'll do it this way.
What's it doing?
I have no idea he's looking for us.
Oh, I can't see anyone.
All right, Bert and Maida.
We're not on the screen
No,
anymore.
that's because...
You're right. You should be right there.
Yeah, but we have.
Here we are.
Okay, here we are.
All right, chapter 5. Go for it.
Vayehi bayom hashlishi vatilbash Esther malchut vata'amod v'chatzar beit hamelech hapnimi nochak beit hamelech v'hamelech yoshev al kisei malchuto b'beit hamalchut nochak petach habayit vayehi chirot hamelech et Esther malka Omeret bechatzer nasahem be'einav vayosher hamelech le'Esther es sharvit hazahav asher b'yado vatikrav Esther vatiga v'rosh hasharvit vayomer lach hamelech malach Esther malka mabakashatei aretzi malchut vayinaten la vatomer Esther im hamelech tov vayavo hamelech v'haman Hayom elamishte asher asti Esther lo Vayomer Hamelech Maharu et Haman La'asot et Dvar Esther Vayavo Hamelech v'Haman Elamishte Asher Asta Esther Vayomer Hamelech LaEsther Bermishte Chayayin Mashelatek Vayinaten Lach Mabakashatek Anatzimachut V'Teas.
Vata'an Esther Vatomar She'elati Uvakashati Imatati Chen Beinei Hamelech Bimal Hamelech Tov Latet et She'elati La'asot et Vakashati Yavo Hamelech V'Haman Elamishte Asher Es Elahem Umachar Eseh Kivar Hamelech Vayetze Haman Vayom Hahu Sameach V'Tov Lev V'Chirot Haman et Mordechai Bashar Hamelech V'lo kam v'lo zami menu Vayimalei Haman Al Mordechai Chema Vayitapei Haman Vayavo El Beito Vayishlach Vayaveito Havav Et Zeresh Ishto Yisaper Lahem Haman Et Kavod Ashro V'Rov Banav Ve'et Kol Asher Gidlo Hamelech Ve'et Asher Niso Al Hasharim V'Avdei Hamelech Vayomer Haman Af Lo Heviyah Esther Amalka Im Hamelech Elamishte Asher Asati Ki Imoti V'gam Lamachar Ani Karula Im Hamelech V'chol Zeh Einenu Shoveli B'chol Eid Asher Ani Ro'eh Et Mordechai HaYehudi Yoshev B'sha'ar HaMelech V'atomer Lo Zeresh Ish Tov V'chol Ohavav Yasu Eitz Gavoa Chamishim Amah Uvaboker Emor Lamelech Vayitlu Et Mordechai Olav Uvo Im Hamelech El Hamishte Sameach Vayitav Hadavar Lifnei Haman Vayas Ha'etz.
Okay, thank you, Bert and Maida. I'm going to share my screen at another time.
Yeah. It's just as awesome as everybody else's.
Wait a second. This is just a cute thing that I saw and I thought was kind of cute, and see if you enjoy it.
Why are there so many songs about Haman when we should be blotting his name? Haman's a villain, the worst one in Shushan. He made Mussolini look tame. His childhood idols were all genocidal. He'd kill on a brief passing whim. But someday we'll blot out the Haman remembrance and stop dressing kids up like him. Di-da-di-di-di-di-di. This year let's all keep our shirts on. Have we been half asleep, and have we heard Graggers? They're spinning around in my brain. We've tried to drown him out for thousands of years now, and maybe gone kind of insane. We've heard it too many times to ignore it in parodies tasteless and flat. But someday we'll blot out the Haman remembrance. Vet Parshandata, vet Alphon, vet Asvata, vet Porata, vet Adalia, vet Aridata, vet Parmashta, vet Arisai, vet Aridai, vet Vaizata.
and stop baking treats like his hat. Lie-da-di-di-da-di-di. Lie-di-di-di-di-di-di.
All right, I thought you might find that kind of cute and fun. Now we're back to chapter 6. In chapter 6, that night the king could not sleep, so he ordered that his book of Chronicles be read to him, which must mean that he thought that would put him to sleep. The king is reminded of Mordechai's heroic deed and that he never received a reward for foiling the assassination attempt. Haman, who had been in the outer courtyard of the palace preparing to ask the king's permission to hang Mordechai, is brought before the king. The king asks Haman what should be done for a man whom the king wants to honor. Thinking that Achashverosh meant to honor him, Haman describes a royal reward where this man would ride around town in royal garments and upon one of the king's horses. Achashverosh commands Haman to personally reward Mordechai in this fashion. Josh Brightman reads chapter 6, if you're in the handout, page 12. Josh, let me get to you and spotlight you. Okay.
Balayla hahu nidarai shenat hamelech vayomer lehavi et sefer hazikronot divrei hayamim vayihu nikarim lifnei hamelech v'yimatzei chatuv asher higi Mordechai al bigtanav ateresh shnei sarisehu hamelech mishomrei hasaf Asher bikshu l'sholach yad v'amelech Achashverosh vayomer hamelech mana asa yekar udola leMordechai al zeh vayomeru narei hamelech mishartav lo naasa imo davar vayomer hamelech mi vechatzer v'haman ba lechatza beit hamelech hachitzona Lemor lamelech litlot et Mordechai al ha'etz asher hechin lo. Vayomeru na'arei hamelech elav hinei Haman omei bechatzer vayomer hamelech yavo. Vayavo Haman vayomer lo hamelech Mala aso ba'ish asher hamelech hafetz bikaro vayomer Haman belibo lemi yachapot hamelech la'asot yakar yoter mimeni vayomer Haman el hamelech ish asher hamelech hafetz bikaro yaviu levut malchut asher levash bo hamelech Vesus asher rachab alav hamelech va'asher nitan keter malchut berosho v'naton halavush v'hasus ha'ish misarei hamelech hapartmim v'hilbishu et ha'ish asher hamelech hafetz bikaro v'hu al hasus birchov ha'ir Karu lefanav kai asel aish asher hamelech hafetz bikaro vayomer hamelech lehaman maher kach et halavush ve'et hasus ka'asher dibarta v'asachen leMordechai hayehudi hayoshev b'shar hamelech Al tapel davar mikol asher dibarta vayikach Haman et halavush ve'et hasus vayalpesh et Mordechai vayirchivehu birchut ha'ir vayikara lefanav kach hayaseh la'ish asher hamelech hafetz bikaro vayashav Mordechai al shar hamelech ve'Haman Nidchaf el beito avel v'chafui rosh Vaysaper Haman Lezerach Ishto Olcho Ohavav Ekol Asher Karahu Vayomeru Lo Chochma Vezerash Ishto Imizera Hayehudim Mordechai Asher Hichilot Hachilotat linpol lefanav lo tuchalo kinafol tipol lefanav Oda medabrim imo v'sari say hamelech higiu vayehilu lehavid et Haman el hamishte asher asta Esther.
Beautifully done, Josh. Thank you. That was terrific. And now we're ready for chapter 7. We're going to ask for Ed Fine to return. See if I can find Ed Fine. Before we do, I'm going to ask if anybody wants to step up and tell a joke. Anyone have a joke they want to share?
I have a joke.
Who's that?
Sagan Shapiro.
All right. Where are you in the Sue? Okay. All right, Sagan, go ahead.
Why are mountains always warm?
I don't know, Sagan. Why are mountains always warm?
They always have one coat of snow.
That's very clever. Very great. Anyone else want to chime in with a joke?
Lydia Kurt.
Lydia, you want to chime in with a joke?
Yes. Lydia Kurtz.
Okay, Lydia. Asher, is Lydia there?
Okay, so.
Oh, it's Asher, not Lydia.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Owls.
Owls who?
Yes, they do. They do who.
That's very good. That's outstanding. All right. Anybody else want to chime in with a joke? Just unmute and say so. Anybody else? Nobody else has a joke. All right. Start thinking of jokes, please. Chapter 7. At the second banquet, Esther informs the king that Haman wants to destroy her people. Achashverosh is outraged and orders that Haman be hanged on the very gallows which he had erected for Mordechai. Chapter 7, returning to Ed Fine.
Vayavo hamelech deHaman lishtabud im Esther hamalka. Vayomer hamelech leEsther gam bayom hasheni mishnei hayayin ma'shelatech Esther hamalka v'tinaten lach umavakashatech chatzi hamalchut b'teas v'tan Esther hamalka v'tomar imatzati chen b'necha hamelech Imal hamelech tov tinaten binafshi b'she'elati v'ami b'bakashati ki nimkarnu ani v'ami le'ashmid lalo v'labeit bilu lavadim v'lishvachot nimkarnu hecharashti ki ein chatzar shaveh b'nezek hamelech Vayomer hamelech Achashverosh Vayomer leEsther hamalka mihu ze v'yezehu Hashem la'ol libahu la'asot kein V'tomer Esther ish tzar v'oyev Haman hara hazeh v'Haman nivat V'lifnei hamelech v'hamalka v'amelech Kama chamatam mishtei hayayin Elgina Atavitan Vehaman Amad Levakesh Navsham Esther Hamalka Kira Kichalta Elav Hara Ve'ed HaMelech V'Hamelech Shah Ina Tavitan El Beit Mishtei Hayayin Haman nofel, al hamita asher ester aleha. Vayomer hamelech hagam lichba shel hamalka. Imi ibaba yitadavar. Yatsa mipi hamelech ufnei haman chafu. Vayomer harvana. Echad min hasarisim lifnei hamelech. Gam hine ha'etz asher asa Haman Mordechai asher diber tov al hamelech omed bebeit Haman gavah michamishim amah. Vayomer hamelech telu alav vayitlu et Haman al ha'etz asher heichin leMordechai v'chamat hamelech shachacha.
Ed, that was great. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I'm going to return to ask for anyone who wants to tell a joke. Any jokes out there? Anyone? Anyone want to jump in with a joke? Don't be shy. Going once?
All right, I've got a joke.
All right, who is it? Ah,
Hi,
Alice.
Coop.
I'm gonna spotlight you, Alice.
Please don't.
Okay, I won't. I'm sorry, I won't. Wait.
All right, so are Asher and Sagan still on? Because I think this is their speed.
Okay.
I think they're the only ones in this group who will get this joke. What's big and red and eats rocks?
What, she says?
A big red rock eater.
Well, that's amazing. That's great.
Go Alice.
Here
Very, very
indefinitely.
Go Alice. That was great.
Anybody want to chime in with a joke? Okay, we're into chapter 8. Mordechai is appointed the new viceroy to replace Haman. Esther begs Achashverosh to retract Haman's decree against the Jews. The king grants permission that on the day that the Jews were to be annihilated, they will be permitted to defend themselves and destroy their enemies. The city of Shushan and its Jewish inhabitants rejoice. Now, I've read this story every year for more years than I want to say, and I've never understood the part that gives permission to defend yourself. If he hadn't given that edict, what were they supposed to do? Just stand there? So anyway, it's that's part of the story, that they are victorious in the end against Haman and his desire to annihilate the Jews. Now, on that happy note, just want to remind everyone that we're having a mixologist, a drink master at 9 o'clock. So please don't go anywhere when we're done with our reading. And right after her, she'll be on for around 20 minutes. And right after her, we have a comedian who's going to give us something to really laugh about and feel good about on this very fun holiday. So don't go anywhere when we're done with the reading. Chapter 8, Andy Silkovitz.
Bayomahu Natan Hamelach Achashverosh Esther Malka Beit HaMasver Hayudim Mordechai Ba'alifnei HaMelech Higid Esther Mahula Vayasar HaMelech et Tabato Asher Hevir Mehaman Vaidna Mordechai Tasem Esther et Mordechai Beit Haman Tosef Esther Deber Lifnei HaMelech Vatipol Lifnei Raglav Tefarkaren Lo Havir et Ra'at Haman Hagagi Beit Machashav Tov Asher Chashav Al HaYehudim Vayosher HaMelech Lester H. Shavir Zahav V'Takam Esther V'Tamar Lifnei HaMelech V'Tomer Malamelech Tov Matzati Chen Lefanav Kasher Davar Lifnei HaMelech Tovani Benav Yikatev Ashivras Farim Machashevet Haman Ben Hamdata Gagi Asher Katav Labit HaYehudim Asher B'Chaminot HaMelech Ki Mekaka Uchavra Iti Ara Hashem Sartami Mekaka Uchavra Iti Yovda Moladeti Vayamar Melech Achashverosh Lester Malka Mordechai Yehudi Hinebed Haman Tati Lester the Totalu Al Ha'etz Al Mashashalach Yada by Yehudim Beatem Kidvu Ayudim Atov Benechem Hashem HaMelech Lechibu Dvar HaMelech Kichetab Shichetab Hashem HaMelech Benachtom V'tabar HaMelech Ein Lashiv Vayikaru Melech V'dahi V'chodesh HaShlishi V'chodesh Sivan V'shosha V'esrim Bo V'yikatek V'chal Siva Mordechai Ayudim Erlach Hashtapanim Epachot Zarei Hamdinot Asher Mehodu V'akush Sheva Besim Maya Medina Umdina Kichtava Am Geshono El Ayudim Kichtavam B'choshonam V'yichtov Hashem HaMelech Chashverosh V'aktomer Bar HaMelech V'yishlach Sfarim V'yad Haratzim Basusim Ruch V'harech Shachas Tranim B'nei Ramachim Asher Natan HaMelech Ayudim Asher Bechol Ir Va'ir Lihikahel L'amor al Nafsham L'ashmid L'harog L'abed Ekochel Am Umdina Asirim Otam Taf Nashim Ushlalam Lavoz V'yom Echad V'chomrinot HaMelech Achashverosh Shosha Asar L'chodesh Shnim Asar L'chodesh Adar Asher Gen HaKetav Natenda B'chomrina Umdina Karlui L'chol Hamim L'yot Ayudim Atidim Ayom Mazeh L'inakem Oivehem Haratzim Rochvei Harechash Hachashtranim Yatsu Volim Chuvim Bivar HaMelech V'Dadina Pishan Habira Mordechai Yatzam Lifnei HaMelech Levush Machut Dechelef Achur Vater Zahav Gidola Tachrit Boots V'Agaman Yushan Zahala V'Samecha Ayudim Hayata Ora V'Simcha Sason Vikar Umdina Ukol Ir Mekom Asher Dvar HaMelech V'Dato Magia Simcha V'Sason LaYudim Mishtev Yom Tov Rabim Meme Arts V'Yahagim Kinafal Pachar HaYudim Alehem.
All right. Thank you, Andy. That was pretty awesome. And I see you're reading from an actual Megillah, which is also pretty awesome.
It's not real, but it's still a colorized one where it has pictures.
Wow, pretty good. One more call for jokes. Anyone?
Yes, Lydia Kurtz asked.
All right. I have a slight hunch that it's not Lydia Kurtz, but let's go for it anyway.
So
1 second, Lydia. Hey, Lydia, how you doing?
good. So
Go ahead.
there once was a squirrel in a pine tree, and an elephant came up and said, and the squirrel said, "Elephant, why are you in this tree?" And the elephant said, "I'm here to eat pears." And the squirrel said, "This isn't a pear tree, this is a pine tree." And the elephant said, "Well, I brought them with me."
Oh, that's very clever. Round of applause. Thank
I have
you.
one.
All right, who is that?
Sagan Shapiro.
All right, Sagan, I'm going to try to find you and spotlight you.
It's a pretty long one.
Oh, how long is it, Sagan?
Not too long, but it's pretty long.
All right, how long? Like a half hour long?
No, probably like half a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, quick update. Our mixologist will be on 5 minutes early at 8:55. So I'm trying to speed the evening up a little bit. Okay. Our mixologist will be with us at about 5 of 9. So Sagan, go for it.
Okay. There are 100 bricks in a plane. One fell out. How many bricks are in the plane?
99.
Yeah. What are the steps to putting an elephant in a refrigerator?
Anyone? Come on, anyone? You can
open the refrigerator.
What?
And open the refrigerator.
Okay.
and put the elephant in and close the refrigerator. What are the 4 steps of putting a giraffe in the refrigerator?
Why don't you tell us?
Same thing.
Well, it's
Take the elephant out.
taking the elephant out, adding the giraffe, closing the refrigerator. Sally, the animal kingdom's having a birthday party. Which animal's not there?
The giraffe and the elephant?
Giraffe, because it's in the refrigerator.
Yeah. Sally's trying to get to a party, but alligators are blocking her bridge. She manages to get across safely. Why? Or how? The animals are the birthday party of the animal kingdom.
All right.
Sally makes it across.
Okay,
Then,
that's enough.
but
I
that's
think
not
we're good.
Okay, that's enough.
Sally,
Thank you.
That's not the joke.
Sagan, put it in the chat box. It's great. I just need to finish by 9 o'clock, by 8:55, and we've got chapter 9. So chapter 9, on the 13th day of Adar, the Jewish people defeat their adversaries and hang the 10 sons of Haman. Yes, that is the gruesome part of the book of Esther. The Jewish community of Shushan is granted a second day to destroy their enemies. Mordechai records these events and establishes the festival of Purim. So again, going back to Sue, you want to say something? Andy is going to read chapter 9. All right, Andy, go for it.
It's a very long chapter, but before I start reading, I just want to say, speaking of the mixologist coming, I might need a breathalyzer after I read the 10 sons of Haman in one breath.
Absolutely. Go for it, Andy.
Okay, here we go. ובשניהם 10 חודש וחודש אדר, ב13 יום בו, אשר הגיע דבר המלך בדרכו להסות ביום, אשר סיברו אויבי היהודים לשלוט בהם, ונהפכו, אשר ישלטו היהודים המה בשונאיהם, נקראו היהודים בעריהם. מכל מדינות המלך אחשוורוש לשלוח יד במבקשי רעתם בשלמה בפניהם, ונפל פחדם על כל העמים מכל זרעי המדינות, וחשת הפנים והפחות. ועשה המלאכה של המלך מנסים את היהודים, כי נפל פחד מרדכי עליהם, כי גדול מרדכי בבית המלך, ושלמה הולך בכל המדינות, כאיש מרדכי הולך וגדול, ויכו היהודים בכל אויביהם, וכחר והרג ואבדן, ויעשו בשונאיהם כצאנם. שנה בירה, הרגו היהודים והבית, 500 איש, ויפושן גת ותבין ושפת ופורתה ותרי אדליה ותרי דתה, ויפושן ותרי שי, ופזרת עשרת בני המן, בן המדתה, זרוע היהודים הרגו ובביזה, לא שלחו את ידם ביום ההוא, במספר גגים, שנה בירה לפני המלך, ויאמר המלך לאסתר מלכה בשנה בירה, הגו היהודים והבד 500 איש, ויתאסף בני המן בשער מדינות המלך מעשו מה שאתך ונתן לך, ובקשתך אוהב ותעש, ותאמר אסתר עם המלך טוב, ותהן גם מחר. ליהודים סוקת עד היום, ועת אסף בני המן יתלו על העץ, ויאמר המלך לעשות כן, ונתן בת בשושן בעת, אסף בני המן תעלו, ויקהלו היהודים אשר בשושן, גם ביום 14 לחודש אדר, ויהרגו בשושן 300 איש, ובביזה לא שלחו את ידם משאר היהודים אשר בנות המלך נקהלו למות על נפשם, ונוח מאויביהם, להרוג בשונאיהם 75,000, ובביזה לא שלחו את ידם. ביום 13 לחודש אדר ונוח 14 בו ועשה אותו יום משתה ושמחה. העדים אשר בשושן נקהלו 13 בו ועשה בו ונוח, ו15 בו ועשה אותו יום משתה ושמחה. על כן היהודים הפרזים היושבים בערי הפרזות עושים את יום 14 לחודש אדר שמחה משתה ויום טוב, משלח מנות ישראל ויכתוב מרדכי את הדברים האלה Vaishlach Farim Akayidim, Asher Kamyoram Melech, Achashverosh, Hakavim, Hakrovim, Hachokim, Lekayem, Alehem, Liotosim, 8, Yom Arba Asar Lechodesh Adar, Ve'et, Yom Chamisha Asar Po, Vechol Shana, Veshana, Kayamim, Asher Nachivayim, Hayudim Oivehem, Ve'achodesh, Asher, Nepach Lahem, Megon, Lesimcha, Evel Yom Tov, Asarotam, Yemei Mishte, Vesimcha, Mishlach Manot, Ishli Ehu, Montanot, Avionim, Vikibel, Hayehudim, Eight Asher Lasot, Ve'et, Ashakatav, Ve'et, Ashakatab Mordechai, Alehem, He, last time for Haman, Haman, Ben Hamdat Agagi, the Oracle Hayehudim, Kashabadim Labdam, Ipil Pur, Hu Hagoral, Humam, Olabdam, Vivoa, Livnei Melech, Amari Sefer, Yashuv, Makash Torah, Shekashabadim, Avosho, Kiluoto, Vapanavala 8, Alkain, Karu, Lemima Elefuri Moshem Hapur, Alkain, Alkoloidi. I'll call Livrei, great as tomorrow, Kaka, Magi, Alehem, Kimu, Vikiblu, Hayudim, Alehem, Beazaram, Beakanivim, Alehem, Below Yavor, Leotosim, Etchne, Mima Ela, Kitavam, Hizmanam, Koshana, Beshana, Bayamim, Haela, Iskramen Asim, Bechodorvador, Mishpaka, Dinam Dinava Iva Bime, Prima Ela. Lo Yavrimito Hayudim, Vizikram, Sif Mizaram, Barikto Vester, Amaka, Vatavekhail, Merchai Hayudi, Ekotokef, the Kayem, together Tapurim, Hazot Hashenit, Vaishlachs, Farima Kayudim, Alshevas Vesumamadina, Mahutakash Fevrosh, Iveshalom, Beemet, the Kayem, Matime, Purima Elvis Manehem, Kasher. Kia Malehem, Mordechai, Hayudi, Vesemaka, Echasher, Kimu on Asham, Velzaram, Iverasimov, Zakatam, Umamarestir, Kiam, Ivrea Purim Ha'ele, Venichtav, Sefer.
So thank you, Andy. That was a very long chapter, and we're near the end of the Megillah. Few things just to tell everybody. First of all, thanks to Ed Fine, Josh Brightman, Rachel Brightman, Bert Liebman, Maida Liebman, and Andy Silkovitz, who have combined to read from Megillah for us tonight. In a few minutes, we're going to transition to some fun. We're going to welcome Rebecca Frank, who is a mixologist, who's going to share with us some fun and how to make a few drinks. And we sent out the ingredients and instructions. We've been sending that out for a couple of weeks already. So look in your synagogue email. You'll find a PDF with the drink recipe and all of the ingredients that go into it. So that'll be some fun. And then after around 20 minutes, we will be entertained by a terrific comedian, Liz Glazer, who is going to, she's a terrific comedian who is a former law professor, and she won the 2020 Boston Comedy Festival. So don't go anywhere and enjoy her comedy. That's at about 9:20. Tomorrow morning, Minions at 8 a.m. And we will read the Megillah again, but at the end of the Minyan, so that people who heard it tonight or who can't stay will know that it's at the end of the Minyan. And we want to thank everyone for participating tonight. And now the final chapter. It's a very short chapter. Mordechai is recognized as the hero of his people. Chapter 10. If you're in the handout, well, it's the last page.
And I'm reading the whole thing tomorrow morning. So anyone wants to tomorrow, can we read again?
Tomorrow morning.
Yes. And the Torah reading tomorrow morning too. Okay, here we go. 3 verses. Here we go. Vayasem hamelech Achashverosh mas kol haaretz b'yei hayam v'chol masei tokpo gvurato v'for shakir lat Mordechai asher gilo hamelech Elohim ketuvim al sefer divrei hayamim l'malchei madai faras Ki Mordechai HaYehudi, Mishneh LaMelech HaKashverosh, Megadol LaYehudim, Viratzui LeRov Echav, Teresh Tov Lamo, V'daver Shalom, L'chol Zaro. And now the final blessings. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam harav riveinu v'adanatinu v'anakem nikmatenu hamashalem g'mul l'chol v'nafshenu v'nifar l'olam yitzarenu Baruch atah Adonai hanifar l'mo Yisrael mikol tzareihem ha'el ha'moshiach.
All right, Andy, thank you. Just one more word to everyone before we get started. I just want to say that in the chapter 9 of the Megillah, in verse 22, we have the verse that describes what the special practices, the mitzvot of Purim should be. In addition to reading the Megillah, it mentions that we should have a feast, and there is a custom of having what's called a Purim Seudah, and that's usually on the day of Purim. It's a fun meal. And we are told that we ought to celebrate the holiday by giving each other gifts. Mishloach manot. Our synagogue has been doing that for many, many years. We give each other gifts. We also raise needed funds for the synagogue through giving each other these gifts. Every year we seem to outdo ourselves with a wonderful bag or basket of gifts. And this year we set a record for helping the synagogue fundraise. So thanks to everyone who is on that Purim bag team for making so many good things happen for all of us. And that's the second mitzvah of Purim, is to give each other gifts. The gift bags usually include something baked, something sweet, something fun. And then the least known of all the mitzvot of Purim, I think may be the most important. It's called in Hebrew matanot la'evyonim, gifts to the poor. We're actually called on to perform the mitzvah of tzedakah in an especially focused way on Purim. We could ask, why on Purim are we asked to do this? Well, lots of different answers are possible. The one that resonates with me is that Purim is to some degree a story about a world of chaos, a world in which one power-hungry, hate-filled person wants to destroy an entire people and almost gets away with it. It's a world of violence and a world of hatred. What is our response to that? Our response is to try to bring some goodness into the world, try to bring some decency and dignity into the lives of people by giving of ourselves to those in need. So on Purim Day, I encourage everyone to be particularly focused on the mitzvah of tzedakah, of reaching out and helping somebody in need. You can make a donation online to somebody, to an organization that helps people, or if you're out and about, possibly you could even help someone in a physical way. So matanot la'evyonim, gifts to the poor, something that's especially worth doing on Purim. So let me just check our time. We are a couple minutes away from hosting first Rebecca Frank, our mixologist, and then Liz Glazer, our comedian. I don't know if Rebecca is already on. Let me just see if she is. I don't think she's on yet. So I'm going to put this into gallery view and invite everyone to unmute for just a couple minutes. We will start in about 2 or 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. If you can find the synagogue email, look for the list of drinks and ingredients that we sent along to you before the holiday, and you can play along. And let me just see if I can find her, and we'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Chag Sameach, everyone. Hi, everybody.
Chag Sameach, everybody.
Yeah.
Chag Sameach, everyone.
Chag Sameach.
Sameach.
Did everyone like the noises I made for Haman?
What did you do?
Yes.
I was wondering who that was.
I made some noises with too. I had a horse with this chapter 6.
And
we have these guys.
I had a built-in one with all different things you could use. It's amazing. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Rebecca. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hi, you look great.
Oh, thank you. Actually, so I was a bartender for a really long time, and I got kind of forced into retirement by the pandemic. So I got a job to work from home. And this is probably the nicest that I've looked since November. So thank you for the opportunity to put on a nice top.
It looks great.
Oh, thank you. How's everyone?
Good.
Good.
We're
All right.
doing great. Rebecca, welcome and thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me. This is so fun. I tried to put together some fun stuff, so hopefully you will all enjoy yourselves. So one of the things that I tried to do, and I apologize also in advance if a cat walks across my bar. It's not something that I did at work typically, but it does happen from time to time at home. So one thing that I tried to do was to get the smallest number of ingredients that could make a number of drinks and kind of like just show people how easy it is to have a very, very limited bar at home and be able to make a whole mess of different cocktails, and how this whole kind of idea that that being a bartender or a mixologist or whatever people are calling it is actually super accessible and doesn't have to be like all of those guys in like vests and stuff. You know, I bartended for a year in New Orleans at a cocktail bar, and those guys still kind of freak me out. So anyway, so I thought that we could kind of talk our way through a couple of different fun cocktails. Then I have a little bit of history about each of the different ones. I have some fun facts that I found about weird drinking laws across the world and in the United States that I found pretty fun. So I thought I would start off with an Aperol Spritz, which is a super, super easy, popular drink specifically in the summertime. It's really low alcohol and it is refreshing and delicious. And it comes from the Spritz family, which is basically you just have some sort of sparkling wine. So generally like a Prosecco or something. I just got this little bottle because I have to work tomorrow. And if I open a bottle, I will feel obligated to drink it.
Right.
Right?
Sure.
So basically, it was based off of back in like the 1800s. Even open it. I was going to open everything in advance. I'm going to get my bar back over here to open this bottle for me. Hold on. The page staff around here. Unless we can't open it. There we go. Voila. Thank you. Okay, so the Spritz is based off of a 3-2-1 kind of thing. So you've got 3 parts of any sort of like sparkling thing. I've got Prosecco. You've got two parts in this case Aperol, because this is an Aperol Spritz, and then topped with soda water. And the idea of the Spritz actually came around in the 1800s when people thought that Northern Italian wine was too high in alcohol, and so they started putting a Spritz of something on top to kind of make it a little bit easier to drink. So you can make it with anything. You can make it with Cynar, any sort of like of these sort of flavored kind of like bittery liquors like this. So this. So I've got this handy mixing thing, but you can use anything really. You can use a measuring cup, liquid or dry. Honestly, the thing about making cocktails is that it really, really, really doesn't have to be. I feel like it's more like cooking than baking. So I put in 2 ounces of Aperol, and then you can measure out your sparkling if you want. So like that. Then I had 4 pot and made ice this morning. Variation. And then you can put a little spritz of soda water. And what's cool about it is that you can put as much or as little soda as you want, depending on how you're feeling. So I'll put kind of a bunch. And typically, you would actually drink this with a black straw. And I don't know actually why that is the case, but little orange garnish, kind of wash it around a little bit, and you've got a really nice summer easy drink that you can have on a hot day or just prepare really easily for just to come over. And actually, I was also learning today that although we typically would do it with an orange, if you were to order one of these in, I think, Venice, they actually put a unpitted olive in it. So I don't know why, but that is what you would get. So I was wondering if anybody had any questions. I can't see any of you, so. Yeah. Did anyone try to make one? Quick, good. I actually, in the process of getting ready today, when I was trying to figure out how to spritz into context, I was trying to find, some fun historical facts and stuff about it. And the first thing that I came across was an article written by the New York Times drink reporter who said that the Aperol spritz is one of the worst spritzes. But I disagree with her, and I also think that that's one of the cool things about making these drinks is that, like, you can, as much as there's a recipe, you can change anything out for anything that you want and make it to your tastes. So that's the spritz.
So cheers. I think it's great. I just made one. Love it.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's really good. Especially, I always like to have them on like really hot days. They're super, super common in Italy with salty snacks, like a pre-dinner drink to kind of get the ball rolling and just get you excited to go out and have a nice dinner. And they're easy drinking, super refreshing. So that's the spritz.
Scott and Allison, are you drinking one too? I see it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I added a splash of orange juice to it. It's good.
I like that idea. Cheers.
I've never done that before, so let me see. I'll add some orange juice to mine as well. That's gonna be really good.
Not a bad idea. Splash of orange juice.
Yeah, that is really good actually. All right. I'm gonna end up with just like a couple of drinks sitting here because if I drink them all, I'm gonna be in trouble tomorrow. So the next thing that I wanted to do, would you guys prefer that I do the Negroni variation or a whiskey smash? Does anyone have a preference?
Whiskey.
Okay, cool. So another fun thing is that I, despite having bartended for about 12 years, I have a terrible memory for cocktails. So I actually, even though these are all recipes I tried to pick that would be like very friendly doing it at home, I had to write down my own note card. So there's never any shame in having to keep notes for yourself. So first, oh, I think I forgot my muddler, which is actually another great thing, which is that you also don't have to have like specific bar tools in order to do this. This is a super juicy lemon. It calls for a half a lemon cut into quarters, but my feeling is that this is going to be too tart. I also didn't pull down my muddler and I'm too short to reach it. So I'm going to just use the back of a wooden spoon. So you can use anything that you have at home. A fun story while we're doing this is that I have this friend and we went to a cocktail competition thing, and she's much more competitive than I am. And so she went and was making cocktails for speed. It was like you had to pour 2 glasses of water, make a soda, a margarita, a martini, and I don't know, something else. and do it as fast as you could. And she had gone after a number of other people had already gone. I'm just picking out a few mint leaves. She had gone after a number of people had already gone, and she couldn't find a muddler because I think somebody had dumped it into the wash sink. And so she took a knife, because it was the only thing that she could find, and ended up muddling and cutting her hand open, but she won. So that's, all right, so I've got mint and lemon in here. It says to make simple syrup, but because I only need a tablespoon, and I forgot to get the sugar down, so I'm gonna climb onto a chair. Because if I only need a tablespoon, I didn't want to go through the whole process of making a simple syrup, which is a 50-50 sugar water split. You would just put it over heat. It's really good in coffee if you like your coffee with sugar. But I don't drink my coffee with sugar, so I figured I would just use a small bit of sugar that I'll just muddle in with everything else. And since I'm the one that's going to be drinking it, I'm not super concerned about the texture. So I've got that stuff in there. Then the other reason I picked this cocktail is that you can do this with any kind of liquor that you want. So I'm going to do it with whiskey, and I know that I heard somebody else chanting whiskey back there, so I imagine you also are doing it with whiskey. You can also do it with gin or vodka, depending on what your preference is. I'm never really a huge vodka drinker myself, but some people really like it. So I put in 2 ounces. I'm using bourbon. I have 4 roses, which I put on the list for you guys. So I have it in this tumbler. And I'm just going to go ahead and put a couple of pieces of ice. Just mix it around. Another thing is that trying to be careful to not muddle anything in anything with a glass base, because it could end in absolute disaster. So I'm actually doing a dirty dump, which basically just means rather than pour this over fresh ice, which you would do if you were being somewhere fancy, I'm just going to pour it directly into a glass. So you've just got your fruit in there. Give it another little stir. I'm going to put an extra cube of ice in there, a piece of mint, and there's your smash. So generally a drink like this you would do with crushed ice, but I don't. The solution for at-home crushed ice making is that you wrap your ice in a towel and then you smash it with a hammer, which felt a little bit maybe too much for me for today. So I just put it over regular ice cubes. It's also really good. And when I was learning a little bit of stuff about the smash, because I wanted to have a little bit of context for all of these, because these are all kind of like Prohibition era drinks. So I learned that kind of like in geometry class, when they taught you that a square is always a rectangle, but a rectangle is not always a square. I learned that a smash is always a julep, but a julep is not always a smash. That the smash was invented in 1862. And I'm sure you all have had mint juleps before, I would imagine. Yeah?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, they're really super tasty, generally with crushed ice, but this is the same, from the same family. So I thought I would kind of break this up with a fun little bit of information that I found out about.
So our health insurance plan years, I think it starts April 1.
Wait, I'm going to mute everybody.
Well, I hope that someone will talk to me though.
Rebecca, I'm going to mute everybody, but I want you to unmute yourself, because if I mute everyone, I'm going to mute you also.
Okay.
Heyman.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so another thing that I did was that I wanted to find really, really silly laws that are still mostly still on the books places about drinking. So there's some did you knows. I did not know any of these. Did you know that in Scotland it is actually illegal to ride a cow when drunk? So as I was going through all of these, I was trying to kind of imagine how this would have happened so often that it would require a law. I mean, I guess people, I don't know. I've never seen anyone ride a cow before, a bull, I guess. But you can also, in Germany, you can get sent for psychological review for riding a bike while drunk. There's another law in Scotland that says that a Scotsman wearing underwear under his coat would be fined 2 beers. What else did I get? Up until 2014, oh, this one's fun. Up until 2014, you could not buy alcohol on election day in South Carolina because back in the 1800s, the polling stations were actually located inside of pubs. Sorry, my dog. Inside of pubs. And so politicians who were trying to court votes and whatever would come to the pubs and buy people drinks in order to get them to vote for them. So that law, I think, yeah, it was on the books until 2014. Just one of these things no one bothered getting rid of. Up until 2017 in Utah, bartenders had to actually bartend behind a piece of wood or like a frosted piece of glass. It's called the Zion Curtain. I thought it was after Zion National Park, but I guess Zion is something about protecting children. I'm actually not sure, but they forced them to bartend all behind these big pieces of glass, like frosted glass or wood or something, to protect children from seeing drinks being made. So people would never sit at the bar, because if you sat at the bar, you would never end up being able to talk to the bartender. You would just be sitting in front of a piece of frosted glass. So in 2017, well, originally they allowed bars that were opened after 2009 to open without this glass, because they came in after there was a change to the law that allowed new bars to open without it. But the pre-existing bars had to have the glass still. So in 2017, they allowed bars to undergo a sort of like licensing thing where they got to get rid of this thing. It was called the fall of the Zion Curtain. And all of these different bar owners and restaurant owners went outside with their big pieces of glass and just like kind of ceremoniously let them fall and just crash and break all over the ground. So there's that one. I've got 2 more. That in Ohio, it is illegal to get a fish drunk. And I did not read about how you would do that, but I would imagine that it would involve putting them in a bowl with liquor in it. I'm not sure. And in Alaska, you can't give alcohol to moose. So those are all of those fun laws that are on the books or were recently taken off the books. And now I have one last drink that I wanted to make. And I know that on the menu that I gave everyone, I said I was going to make a Negroni variation, and Negroni is typically made with gin. But in the effort to kind of stay in this theme of trying to make different drinks using a very limited number of alcohol or ingredients, I decided to do a Boulevardier, which is a Negroni variation that has whiskey or bourbon in place of the gin. So you can make it the Negroni with gin, a Boulevardier with bourbon. Is also very nice with mezcal in place of that. And the typical recipe calls for Campari, but because we use Aperol in the Aperol Spritz, I thought that maybe I would try it with Aperol, because I've never done that before. So this is another really easy one to kind of change up as you want, because it's a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. And if you happen to not like one of these ingredients for some reason, you can swap it out for whatever. So, or just change the amount that you put in. So if you think the Aperol is too like sweet or syrupy or something, you can put a half an ounce of Aperol and just make up for that with the other ones if you'd like. So I do 1 ounce of Aperol, 1 ounce of sweet vermouth, and then I'm going to do an ounce of whiskey. A cool thing about the Boulevardier that I learned today was that this is another Prohibition era drink. So a lot of cocktails kind of started becoming a little bit more popular because around Prohibition, because the flavor of the alcohol was so bad. It was like bathtub gin, that they started adding all these different juices and herbs and things like that in order to make it a little bit more palatable. So they started kind of playing around with different flavors. But the guy who invented the Boulevardier was a bartender from New York who moved to England to just added some ice to kind of just like try his hand at owning his own pub. He ended up owning a place in France called the New York Bar, and he invented the Boulevardier. And during this time, when we're in Prohibition, the U.S. government kind of like in an attempt to keep people from drinking, they actually started poisoning the alcohol, which is a little bit of a downer. But that's what led to the end of one of the factors that led to the end of Prohibition. So just stir that for a little bit. I have another cup here. So I'm going to put some fresh ice. I'm going to use my strainer, but if you don't have a strainer, you can, I mean, a cooking strainer you could use. I have one for bartending. You can also use 2 different glasses, put 2 glasses on top and create like a little bit of a space. And then you just pour it over ice. And again, I'm going to put an orange peel. I would say if you're doing it with gin, you could do orange, or you could even do a like a Luxardo cherry. Just put a little like that, and that's your Boulevardier. So those are my 3 drinks that I made. I hope that was fun for all of you.
Question for you. This
Yeah.
is Linda. So what makes you decide that you're stirring versus shaking a drink? Like I was thinking that you were going to shake that drink, and then I was surprised to see that you stirred.
So typically, if you use any sort of citrus or any sort of juice, you would shake it. So this, because it's all liquor, I mix it. So that's kind of like the going, kind of like the rule of thumb about it. I think a lot of times, if you're trying to get like the essence out of something, if you're shaking with, like if you're making something muddled with cucumbers and stuff like that, you're going to want to shake it, get some of that flavor out. But with it, if it's just liquor, the rule of thumb is always just to stir.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you so much, Rebecca, for spicing up our evening, showing us how to make some really delicious drinks. And it's one of the ways that we can enjoy the holiday. And you're awesome. Thank you so much. And I want us all now to welcome the winner of the 2020 Boston Comedy Festival, straight from, I have no idea where she is. Here is Liz Glazer and her cat.
Yes. I'm sorry, Jack. Well, this is Jack, and now he's going to go away. But hi, I'm Liz. It's Chag Purim Sameach. Thank you, Rabbi Cooper. That looked like an amazing presentation. I am sober. I don't mean to alienate the crowd, especially on Purim. I feel like, my life is a bit topsy-turvy, which is the point. That's the actual letter of the law. I grew up, I have a lot of Jewishness in me. Specifically, I went to Orthodox Jewish day school, a conservative shul, and I'm married to a Reform rabbi. So I feel like I can hit all the bases. Not that that's like required. I'm definitely not an athlete, but we can get into all of these themes. I'm very, very excited to be here tonight, and I hope that you guys have had a wonderful Purim. I've been on Zoom, like everybody, but I've been on Zoom like all night, and I'll continue to be on Zoom all night. I do a lot of shul shows. And it's a question. I don't know. Do you guys say shul? What's the consensus over here? You say shul? Okay. Because the thing is, not everyone says shul. My wife is a Reform rabbi. I am gay, by the way. I feel like at some point I got gay enough I could stop coming out. People were like, we're aware. But I don't know if I'm like a typical lesbian. That's something I wonder about sometimes. Like, in some ways I am, for sure. I do have cats, okay? I have 200,000. We all live together in a U-Haul. It's parked right outside my ex-girlfriend's house where she lives with my other ex-girlfriend. They're together now. I park behind the Subaru. Unless it's being used, then I'll just park behind the other Subaru. But I don't know if I fit into the stereotypes. But anyway, no, I'm a terrible athlete, okay? And that's a thing that I get very insecure about as a lesbian. Because, I mean, okay, maybe it doesn't matter that I'm a lesbian. Every Purim that I grew up, I went to school, I had to wear skirts down to the floor. Okay, every single day, that was what I knew. Purim was the only time I was like, great, I'm gonna wear a jersey, you know, I'm gonna dress up like the athlete. I am so bad at sports though. And like lesbians are supposed to be good at sports, okay? And I'm not, and I'm insecure about it, and I'm here to talk about it, okay? Like, but I think I'm the worst kind of bad at sports because I look like I might be good at sports. So what happens is I will get drafted for teams for sports and then kicked off of those teams for having no clue how to sports. Like, I was on a basketball team at the law firm I worked at. I was a lawyer. I was a law professor. That's the typical way that people get into stand-up comedy. I'm sure you guys know this, but like generally speaking, you want to be a stand-up comedian, you go to law school for 3 years, then you practice for 2 years, teach for 9 years, get tenure, give it all up and do stand-up comedy. Makes your mother very proud. Sometimes people are like, why'd you go to law school? I'm like, I'm going to tell a joke about it in approximately 14 years. I'm a planner. But anyway, so I was on a basketball team at the law firm that I worked at, okay, which like basketball team at a law firm should tell you something, okay? They're not great, okay? Nobody's buying tickets to see these games, and I stood out as the worst on the team. I know this. Okay, well, first of all, what happened was I got past the ball one time the entire season. And when I got and I think, first of all, we can agree that was an error. That was a mistake, pass. Somehow I have this mistaken ball in my hand, don't know what to do with it. And I'm like, oh, I know, I will pass this ball to the referee. So that's the kind of athlete I am, lesbian I am, whatever. But anyway, because it was a law firm team, like I guess it's like lawyers are strange. I'm sure like 90% of you are lawyers in here. I don't know for sure, but like some of you are lawyers. I don't think I've ever done a shul show where not a significant portion of we definitely have a minion of lawyers. I'm pretty sure about that. But anyway, so I was so bad on the team. But it's like in order to get kicked off of the team, I had to have a conversation with this guy, Ron, from my work. And Ron is like, he won't just say, because lawyers don't like to say, hi, you're bad. You're bad at basketball. That's why you are not on the team. You know how much I would have wanted, by the way, Snyderman's, what you, I don't know your name, L'chaim, that costume, that jersey, that's like my Purim costume from 1982 through 97, okay? Some version of that, which is, I mean, I wrote my own fate. It's like I was trying to be an athlete. You know, I've told versions of this joke about being so bad at sports on stage, and literally after getting off stage telling these people how bad I am at sports, they're like, you know what? Would you join the flag football team? It's all lesbians. It's fun. We go out for brunch after, and I'll join the team. And then they're like, you know what? Never mind. It's really, you were right. I'm so awful at it. I'll do like the exercise bike because I love any kind of exercise, like anything where I can earn a meaningless badge on an app or a website. That I can live with because I'm a type A personality. But anyway, so I'm on the phone with Ron, and he's like, won't just say you're fired. He won't say it, right? Because of the liability, because they're lawyers. And so he's like, well, Liz, unfortunately, there were a lot of qualified people on our team, and we just wanted to up the competitiveness of the league. And I'm like, Ron, am I being kicked off the team? He's like, yes. However, you are required, this is 100% true, required to start a new team because lawyers more than anybody else are afraid of getting sued. Okay, sometimes people ask me like, how do you use your law degree in your life? I'm like, I sue everyone. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, just you guys. No, I think about it like when I'm in a laundromat and I'm like, what's the statute of limitations for how long clothes can be left in the dryer? An occasional parking sign. That's how I use my law degree. But anyway, no, it's like being a lawyer, and especially being a former lawyer, people think that I'm interested in things that I am not interested in. Like my wife and I we're thinking of buying a house. And Rabbi Cooper, you say you didn't know where I am. I'm basically down the block. I'm in South Orange. I'm in Gaslight Commons. If you want to get here, you could probably, if you walked from your house, you could be at my door by the end of this set. So that's where I am. I walk by you guys all the time during my quarantine walks, you know? Okay, but anyway, so why was I saying that? Oh, about buying a house, okay? Because I like to look at houses when I'm just walking. I think it's the most fun. It's like we're in an apartment for the rest of our lives, delaying home ownership, but nevertheless, it's fun to dream, and I like to look at the houses and whatever. So anyway, we're you know, sometimes we'll talk to a broker, and the broker will tell my wife, you know, well, Liz, because she was a lawyer, she'll want to look at these documents carefully. I'm like, I know Liz. She doesn't want anything to do with those documents. Get the documents away from her, seriously. And it's like I was on a Zoom recently, which, okay, first of all, it's very exciting to be with you all on Zoom, but I do have one question. And by the way, a lot of people say they're zoomed out. You guys feel that? Maybe, it depends on the day for me. But I do, you know, as a comedian, sometimes comedians complain about Zoom. You know, you can't hear the laughter. I'm like, for me, it's no different. But no, in other words, like, it's like, I don't know as a comedian if I was just back to normal comedy life, how am I going to know the first and last names of the people in the audience and what their faces look like when they're sending an email? This is data that is invaluable, and I'm here for it. I'm not zoomed out. I like it here. Okay, I'm staying on Zoom, and you can walk to my house, and that's real life for you, but I'll be on Zoom. But I do have one question about this website, which is, do we know for certain, and this is a lawyer asking the question, okay? Do we know for certain that it's not pronounced Zoom? Just a question, okay? An innocent question, because here's my argument for it. Because we are not seeing each other face to face for the most part. We're isolated, right? I, for one, have not seen a commercial for this website. I don't think I'm alone. And I think, what if it's like, you know, the book that you were supposed to read over summer vacation, and it's like, when you're reading the book, you think you're saying the words right in your head, and it's not until the first day of school you realize you were wrong the entire summer, right? You have to get to school and pretend you're like, oh yeah, I knew her name wasn't Hermione, right? They definitely did not fix a cupboard. What? You know, they checked the dossier, they served hors d'oeuvres at the Chanukah party, right? They had a Purim Suda, right? I mean, she crotcheted a blanket. I think we're going to get out of quarantine after the pandemic. We're going to find out that it's Zoom. Just a theory, and you heard it here first, okay? And by the way, during this quarantine, I don't know if I'm alone on this one, but I, for one, cannot sleep. Any insomniacs among us during this time, or in general? Great, just me. Okay, well, I can't sleep the entire pandemic. I have tried everything, okay? Believe me when I tell you. I have tried Benadryl. I've tried melatonin. Every night I go to bed dreaming of literal anesthesia. How many melatonin equal anesthesia? You know, and I wonder, like, this is true, during the pandemic, I had the pleasure of, I needed to have a procedure. I had local anesthesia, and I passed out unconscious. It wasn't supposed to happen. It happened, okay? Totally unconscious for 15 seconds. And when I came to, after passing out from local anesthesia, I'm looking at the doctor and the nurse on top of me, and I'm just like, you had to wake me? That was the best nap I had since March 2020. You know, I'm going to come back next week, get a colonoscopy, maybe give some blood. I'll pass out if I'm lucky, but I cannot sleep. And it's like, I listen to meditations. Do you guys ever do this? Like the Calm, the Headspace, you know, you could do it for free on YouTube, but I try all of them. Okay. And honestly, I mean, really a good meditation for me would like be my mom on the phone with customer service, but that's another story. But anyway, so I do these meditations, okay? But I feel like they're not for now, because I listen to these meditations, and the meditation's saying, everything's fine, you can relax, nothing's wrong. And I'm listening to it in this moment historically, and I'm just like, excuse me, when exactly was this meditation recorded? Like, I need a meditation that's relevant for our times, like something even better from the future. You know, somebody who's like, hi, I'm out here, it's 2023, this all blows over, it'll be fine, you can relax, go to sleep. Also, it's pronounced Zoom. You were right. And you happen to be the spokesperson for Zoom. That's the way this all works out, Liz. No, I think I'd be a good spokesperson for Zoom, honestly, because I got married on Zoom. That happened to me. I don't know if you guys have been to events on Zoom. I've had a funeral on Zoom, not my own, but I did have a funeral on Zoom for a family member, which is sad. And also I had a wedding on Zoom. And the thing is, so I think I'd be good at being the spokesperson for Zoom. And, you know, I married my wife and she is a rabbi. And it's like being married, you know, I don't know if you guys have thoughts about like a female rabbi. It's not, you know, it's not like I braid her long beard every night before bed. It's a mustache. She's reformed. No, but I mean, honestly, a rabbi and a stand-up comedian married to each other, pretty safe to assume at any moment one of us is in the middle of a big, long speech. You know, our couples therapist is like, that checks out. So anyway, we got married. And honestly, when I came out as gay, my parents were not thrilled about it, really unhappy. My mom was like, Elizabeth, and I go by Liz, but it's like she paid for every letter and vowels are expensive. She's like, Elizabeth, lesbian? What are we going to tell everybody at shul if you're a lesbian? Then I start dating a rabbi. She's like, hold on, we're proud, you know? So they got on board. Ultimately, we got married on Zoom. I mean, we got married basically, you know, it was a super COVID safe affair. We did it in like the backyard of my wife's shul, or as she says, temple, or synagogue, you know, something like that. But anyway, and it was like a work party. It was like a company affair with like a guest, because we really are very COVID safe, trying to keep it super minimal. And, you know, I was like, you know what? Like, I do this for a living. I can give the best man's remarks. She was like, you know what? I do this for a living. She's a rabbi. She's like, I'll marry us. So very, very safe. I mean, we did get married on Zoom. We walked down the aisle to hold music. We served non-perishables and sourdough challah. Very COVID safe affair. It was fun. But, you know, honestly, I mean, COVID sucks. I totally get that. No two ways about it. But here's the thing. I already told you I do like the data from all of your Zoom squares. I'm just going to take a little look-see around. It's nice. You know what I mean? I get to see what your room is like, right? Judy, I can't exactly tell what kind of room that's in. It's a little bit of an all-purpose room, kind of a den, but maybe the dining room in the back. I like it. I enjoy people's Zoom moments. You know, I love the people. We don't have any here, but a little bit Stan Spiegelman. That's a little bit like, we're just going to be us. It'll be just like a slice of life at the Spiegelman household. You know what I mean? We're not going to perform for the Zoom. You know what? She's the one performing. We're just going to sit back on the couch. And I don't mean any shade with it, right? But it's just interesting to me, the difference between like Freda Mechleritz. I mean, that family, they're like, we're here, right? She thinks she's performing, but really it's us. Really, we would prefer that everyone pin us for our reactions to what's going on. Judy Cohen, same thing. Michelle Bobrow, I mean, this is like, Michelle, I feel like, you know, not exactly sure about the angles, a lot of headspace, very proud of her ceiling height, I would say. Oh, and there we go. Some nice art. Is that a bulletin board? I wonder, but the thing, oh, and then there's the bar. Underneath is the bar. I see it, very nice. And let's see who else we got. Sheila Kaufman. So I love the French door. Absolutely love it. But I can't tell. It's like, that's a mystery, right? Like, what room are we in? Linda Griffler, I'm saying that's a kitchen, could be a dining room, but there's a hutch, right? And it's like, Linda, I mean, you're a dish displayer. I get it. My mom is a dish displayer. You know, she loves the china. And I mean, it's like, Linda is like, you know what, china, we need to show everyone the kind we got at our wedding that we've absolutely never touched. That's what everybody's got to see, right? And then, I mean, Deborah's doing yoga. And let's see, Barnett Eskin. I mean, Barrett. Is it Barnett or Barrett? I can honestly not tell. I think it's Barnett Eskin. Okay, if I'm mispronouncing it, we've already seen. I don't even know how to pronounce Zoom. I hope you don't take it personally. But I mean, there at the Eskin household, it seems like we got some architectural blueprints and taxes from the entire 2000s. Pretty safe to say. And let's see who else we got here. Okay, everybody's like, definitely turn the video off. Sue Shapiro, I get it. Sheila Apple. I mean, that's a nice sofa. Okay, Sue's back. All right. No, it's a very nice room. My main and Matt Sheedy, you look like you're at shul. Like, honestly, the wall behind you, that looks like a wall that you could take away, and it's like, no, it's just for Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, where we have the whole sanctuary. Bob Hills and Wrath, love the recessed lights. Very nice. And just the open concept. I was going to say my main social media is Pinterest. Honestly, all day and night, I love Pinterest. Are you guys on there? Nobody's on there. I have like the Snydermans, of course. The French door is there too. We have not focused. We just focused on the Snydermans. Is it Philadelphia jersey? Is that correct? Yeah? I went to college in Philadelphia. That is literally all I have to say about Philadelphia, but I love food trucks, and specifically the veggie food truck. Do you know the veggie food truck? Maybe you don't. Anyway, it's very good, and it doesn't matter, and I don't even have a joke about it, but it's just the first thing I think of for Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. But anyway, we didn't exactly finish with the Spiegelmans. What I'm trying to say is I love when people are just doing their thing, because for me, it's like, it looks like I live in an escape room, honestly. Like, I have no doors in my entire apartment. Those of you who are off camera and running to my house, you'll see it when you get here. But it's truly, these are all the doors in my entire apartment, and they're just behind me. This is the bathroom with the cat litter for all 200,000. And, it's just, this is where I do my work, because there's a good fluorescent light. And if I do a ring light, it just doesn't work. And so anyway, this is just like my pandemic life is just sitting in front of my computer, yelling into Zoom. And there's ups and downs with that. But one thing I will miss is a COVID test. I said it, okay? I am here to talk about how much I do not love COVID, but I do love a COVID test. And I want to continue to be able to get COVID tests after there's no COVID, just for the performance aspect of it and for the feeling of it. And honestly, spit tests, you can have them. I don't care, okay? But a nosy, I love a nosy COVID test like you wouldn't believe. And the thing is, somebody told me, they're like, you're going to hate it. And unfortunately, I love nothing more than loving something that somebody tells me I'm going to hate. Just sets me up for absolutely loving it. They were like, it goes so far up your nose. It's like in your brain, basically. It's just a little too long. And I was intrigued. I get there. After the woman was done, I was just like, what did you find up there? Can you do it again? It was so fun, honestly. And I was thinking about it. I was just like, what was it that I liked so much about my COVID test? And I had some theories. So number one, I was like, well, it could have been, it was the first unexpected touch from a stranger in months, right? So that alone, it's nice, okay? Not gonna lie. Second, I was like, maybe it's the excursion aspect of it. It's practically the only time I get out all week. It's like an artist date. It's a mani-pedi and a massage all rolled into one gloriously long Q-tip going straight up into my brain. But I digress. It's amazing. But then I thought about it. I'm like, you know what it was? It was the only thing that finally got the far back booger out of my nose. I'm there at least once a week, okay? They think I'm like a frontline worker or something. I could not be more non-essential. Truly. But I think I was prouder than like any of my degrees that I earned or whatever when the COVID test lady knew who I was. And honestly, and I don't mean like she actually was like, you can't be going by Elizabeth. You don't seem like an Elizabeth. I was like, actually, it's Liz. She's like, I knew it. So I love the COVID test line. Absolutely. I'm going to miss that for sure. But Anyway, so, but I love getting to know, people in their environments, and I will miss that. We didn't cover Ellen Weinstock. Honestly, I mean, you've got an inbox outbox behind you. I appreciate that. I love an office setup, okay? When I'm on Pinterest, and by the way, the reason I'm on Pinterest, I went to a vision board workshop. Do you guys know vision boards? I lived in Los Angeles briefly. They're like the diplomas of Los Angeles, vision boards. But if you have ever done a vision board, unfortunately, I have news for you. Based on the workshop that I went to, you're doing it wrong, okay? This woman, with all of the gravity, like just so serious about it, she was like, why? Because a lot of times people will make vision boards with just, like newspaper clippings or whatever. She's like, how could you hinge your dreams on just whatever magazines you happen to have in the house? You have the whole internet. And so she really, preached about doing Pinterest for vision boards. She calls them future boards. But anyway, I'm obsessed. I'm on there. I think I'm at Elizabeth Glazer 0191. I don't promote any of my other social media, but if you want, no, I'm just kidding. You can follow me wherever, but Pinterest is special. Pinterest is my soul. You want to know me, you got to see my boards. That's what I say. But anyway, so, what do you call it? I do a lot of Pinterest. Oh, but the thing is with the inbox outbox, I love an office. That's like my favorite thing to Pinterest. I love an office because honestly, the doings of people's workflows and life, that's very interesting to me. Like when people were like, what did you do as a lawyer? I really thought about it. I'm like, I think that for all those years, I was just being CC'd on emails I didn't understand. That was the job, and I did it very well, especially the not understanding part. And the thing is, okay, let's just talk about emails, okay? Just for a second. First of all, I'm disgusting in a variety of ways, but specifically this one, okay? I really love my own writing, okay? Do you remember this business, like with text messages, let's just say as an example, okay? And honestly, if we want to relate this back to the Megillah, we don't have to, but I did just do some sets in between prakim of the Megillah. And so there's a lot of communicating in the Megillah, like Achashverosh is like, bring me, his Sefer Divrei Hayamim, his journal. And I'm like, that is a guy that I can relate to. Middle of the night, he can't sleep, has some sort of, person he can order around. Bring me my text messages. I want to read them. And I do relate to that. But anyway, do you remember this business about how the NSA, was reading our text messages? We weren't supposed to text. Like, don't do it. You never know who's reading. Was I the only one who was excited? I'm just like, have at it. You want to see my text messages? Do they have talent agents on staff at the NSA? Right? I mean, I could just imagine, like, no pressure. I'm just casually texting it up. I don't think anyone's reading. That's when I do my best work. I could just imagine an agent like, I don't think this one's a terrorist, but she's got some ideas. I mean, you should really take a look at this. And I honestly, I mean, if you want me to see an email, I would say find a way to put it in my sent mail folder, because that is the only folder that I check reliably. Do you guys do this? Okay, Freda gets me. Okay, do you ever do this where it's like you send an email and then you're like, I think I'm going to take a pause and just reread this email that I just sent a few times just so I can bask in the glow of the artwork that is my own email. Okay, I do this so often. I take the afternoon off. I'm like, found a way to use the word terrific 3 times in a single paragraph and sign the email love. And it was a business email, did so confidently. Who needs any more emails for the rest of the week? I can be done. I love it. Okay. And the thing is about emails. So it's, it's kind of the beginning of the year still. I don't know. It seems like the Sheedies are into this. I can't tell 100%. The Eskins, that's pretty organized. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying for the purpose of how we do with throwing things out, right? With the Marie Kondo stuff and minimizing and stuff like that, and I'm kind of into that. I'm not great at it. I'll be honest, but I get it. You want to get rid of your old t-shirts, your undies, whatever, right? It's time, new socks, that kind of thing, right? Not bringing you joy, get rid of it. And the thing is that people, I think, extrapolate from that, and they're like, you should also get rid of your emails. I read a lot of self-help books, okay? Like in the self-help book gamut, there's this thing, maybe you guys know it, about inbox zero. Have you ever heard of this? That it's like you're a terrible person if you leave work with an email in your inbox. Like chas v'shalom, there should be anything in your inbox because it's a moral wrong, right? And so I don't like this. I don't care. It's fake space. Who cares about whether my inbox is clear? I just don't. I love all 127,944 of my emails. And I'm proud to say it. The only people who are railing against this, I've noticed, are the email deleters. The email deleters, they pass by you and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe how many emails it says you have. I'm like, it's not even your phone and who cares? You know what I mean? But anyway, it's like, because you cannot control F your stuff, right? You can't control F search your pants, but you can your emails. And so I say save them, because the thing is, I have personal experience with this, because when it's time for your high school friend's second daughter to get bat mitzvah, okay? And all the friends are like, oh my God, does anyone know her Hebrew name? So we can engrave it on the silver bracelet for the bat mitzvah gift. Guess who still has the 2008 email announcement from the Simchat Bat that tells us it's Nechama Malka? The least religious one, I have it. You know how proud I was that day? I'm like, I'm never deleting this. And for those of you who are like, well, you could archive, you can still search. I'm like, I enjoy the Loman's filing basement feel in my inbox. Like, just let me search through some spam for the good stuff. If I get an audition, I want to go through all of the next door notices from my old neighborhood in LA with all the lost cats before I get to the good stuff. And I like it. It gives me a thrill and a rush, okay? By the way, people who let their cats out, I absolutely don't understand that. I am a helicopter cat mom, very proud to admit, okay? And I don't understand the leaving the cat out. Like, people are so confident. I want half the confidence of somebody who's like, he has to go outside, right? She's the neighborhood watch. Like, your cat is a pillow with a face, okay? That's the main adjective I would use to describe your cat is fluffy. I don't think that the neighborhood is any better off because this cat is watching, okay? And when I see the cats on the walks by your shul, I see these cats, I'm just like, I don't think I'm that confident that I'll get home. Maybe I should ask the cats for directions, okay? But anyway, I like to see those emails on the way to the good stuff, and I'm happy to have that. So the last thing I'll say, just on this topic of deletion, okay? Voicemails. Nobody's talking about voicemails. I'm here to talk about voicemails. Here's a question for you. Why is it that on my phone, the very same device that's got to hold the equivalent of like 9 feature films, okay, a burst of 325 pictures I didn't even mean to take of a subway seat in 2007, all of that's totally fine. Meanwhile, if it has like more than a minute total of voicemails, I'm full. I couldn't possibly handle anything more. Why? Okay, I have no idea. I feel like the people who designed the voicemail system had like an originalist interpretation of voicemail. They're like, nobody needs more voicemails than what would have fit on a reel of answering machine tape in 1987. I'm here arguing for a dynamic interpretation of voicemail storage, okay? Which is a weird thing to campaign for, because, like, what am I campaigning for? For someone from my AA meeting to leave their entire 7th step on my voicemail, filling it up again? It's a stupid thing to argue about, but I do have a reason for it, because here's the thing, okay? So I happen to have a very old car. I don't mean to brag. It's like 100 years old, okay? It's snot green. It has key marks all over it. If you see it around town, you'll know it's me. You can hear it from down the block. And by the way, it's also like, it's the kind of car where the key actually goes into the ignition, right? And I mean, it's like gonna die tomorrow, this car, but every day's a bracha. I'm very thankful. But on the key topic, like, I feel like now cars, you pay more for this thing where it's like the key is a theoretical construct, right? As long as the key is somewhere nearby, why? Who cares? Just let me start the car. But anyway, so So that's the thing. And I the reason I'm telling you this with the voicemails is I drove this car to Plymouth, Massachusetts, okay? And in Plymouth, Massachusetts, the car did not start, causing me to enter into a transactional relationship with Barbara Geller of Geller Auto Body Shop in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where she diagnosed that my car wouldn't start and needed a starter, leading her to leave me a voicemail where she said, and I quote, "Hey, it's Barbara Geller from Geller Auto Body Shop. Liz, your car won't start. It needs a starter." And do you think that the day goes by that I do not feel bereft, that I can no longer have that voicemail message on my phone? It is absolutely the saddest thing. I had to delete it. It's the funniest thing in the world. I hope you enjoyed this funny thing. Thank you so much, Rabbi Cooper and Gavin and all of you guys and your homes for having me in your homes. I've been Liz Glazer. Thank you so much. Chag Purim Sameach.
You guys, you are awesome. That was very, very funny. I'd like everyone to unmute so we can hear the applause. Awesome. Come back Shabbat morning and do it again.
I'd be happy to.
Great. So
Thank you.
have a happy Purim. And to all of our OHEB family, thank you for joining together in this weirdest possible Purim we could have had. Thank you for being with us, for enjoying. And I hope you have a great night. And we have Minyan tomorrow and Shabbat. And I think the one thing to say about Purim is once it's over, there is a month to Passover. So start getting ready. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And have a great, great evening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was
Good
a
night.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Rabbi.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Bye.
Click some F.
Yeah.
I love how she went on tangents and then went back to it.
I remember as a younger
Oh,
man.
go to bed.
I haven't seen him in 20 years.
Yeah.
Liz, Liz, that was awesome. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You guys are great. This was super fun.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.